is all
The Leominster City Council meeting is funded in part by DeCarolis Insurance Agency at www.decarolisinsuranceagency.com.
I'm going to promptly open this subcommittee meeting of Finance scheduled for December 13th at 5:15 p.m. I'm Dave Cormier, Chairman of Finance, and with me this evening is Pauline Cormier, the clerk, as well as Peter Angelini, the third member. It does look like we have a committee of the whole, so I'm required to read this notice before we begin. This notice of a city council committee of the whole meeting is posted in the event that a quorum of city councilors is present at this standing committee meeting. If less than a quorum of the city council is present, no committee of the whole meeting shall take place. If a quorum is present, any such meeting shall be restricted to the standing committee agenda items listed above. So this evening, we have the mayor here, as well as Wendy Weeks and Jen Reddington, the city's comptroller. We're going to talk about all these items on the agenda, and then after they're done their presentation, the subcommittee of finance, the finance committee, will deliberate and come up with a recommendation for all of these items this evening. So, Mayor, I will let you begin.
Thank you, and happy holidays to everyone. So I assume that if you've reviewed the packets that we submitted, you can see that we spent a lot of time putting a lot of information together in a clear and concise way and user-friendly. So tonight we're going to talk about our capital projects, but the capital plan, show you what's already been accomplished. The important thing to remember tonight is that we have several columns that we'll be working from on capital improvements. As you know, we'll be using some of the federal funds, and some of the items that we had set for, say, free cash on our capital improvement plan have been shifted over to the American Rescue Plan. And there's certain reasons why certain items ended up there and other reasons why others didn't. Remember, the funds are supposed to last till 2024. You know, we're not, based on what we've seen in the last couple of years, we're never sure what to expect. But this is the first run through. So Wendy will take you from the beginning, which is these sheets here. Okay, and this is where these are the items that have been completed. And she has several columns in place. So I'll turn it over to Wendy, and then we'll talk about capital project for the American Rescue Plan after that. So let's start with where we've been.
Okay, thank you. So I emailed this out a couple weeks ago. This is the 2016 to 2020 capital plan. So the yellow items are all accomplished and completed, and the green items are in progress, which were transferred along with the items that we haven't addressed, were all transferred over to the new spreadsheet that I handed out tonight. So I'm going to run through really quick the items that are on the agenda for stabilization first. The library capital projects, there's letters from the department heads and all about all these items in your packets too. But $5,000 for upgrades for storage room doors, tree and brush maintenance, $6,000 for paving the driveway next to the library, $2,000 for security upgrades, and $1,600 for wiring for door counters. We have a request in for the generators for the DPW, $50,000. They have one that already feeds the fuel pumps. This would feed the rest of the building. That's the going rate these days for a generator. 2 vehicle purchases, two one-ton dump trucks, one for the DPW and one for forestry, and both would be used for plowing as well. The 911 dispatch relocation project, this is on the, you'll see it as a $600,000 item. This is the first phase of that project, which is we're moving it to 210 Lancaster Street. So phase 1 would include the installation of microwave dish system from 19 Church Street to 100 Main Street and from 210 to 100 Main Street. So we're going to do a lot of upgrades to our communication system, which is really going to benefit the police and fire department. $90,000 for a generator for 210 to protect the infrastructure that we've already moved over there, plus the equipment that will be moving over there in the future. I'll explain this really quickly. If you have any questions, you can ask me after. But we did, 2015, we did a regional hazard mitigation plan. This is the plan that we submit to FEMA and MEMA in order for us to get grant money and for us to have a plan move forward in fixing hazard mitigation plans. We just did one, we came down and talked about the MVP program. This is a little bit different plan. That's more community-driven. The hazard mitigation plan is highly technical, and this would be to hire a consultant to complete that. We are shooting to get it done by May because we got a call from MEMA encouraging us to get it done as quickly as possible because they've got money that is not necessarily expected because it's COVID related. So a lot of, it's a new type of, usually it's storm related, the money that they get at FEMA and MEMA. It's a snowstorm, or this is COVID related, which came from a federal bill. So they're encouraging us to get the plan in so that we can take advantage of some of that money. I think it's $110 million that they're getting from Massachusetts, so we want to make sure we're in line to do that. Okay, the American Rescue Plan funds. We came down a couple months ago, talked about this a little bit. The rescue plans.
Do you want to see if anybody has any questions relating to what, from 2016 on? I mean, it's pretty straightforward. And, as we stated last time in our last time we met, there are items that are 1, 2, or 3, and then suddenly there's a surprise and number 6 turns into number 1. Or there's a grant, so grant pays for number 2, we take that off, everything else moves up. So you can look out 5 years on life expectancy. The DPW, I'm sure, or the fire department, or any department that's here today would tell you that, they put in for something, and the life expectancy of it is 5 years, and most of the time we're getting 10 years out of something, not 5. Because we have our own mechanics, and it's just, the life expectancy on some of these, from the trade world is, you're going to get 5 years out of it, and you're going to have to replace it. I saw a piece of equipment behind the salt shed down there today. I thought that was long gone, and it's just been retired. The thing's been kicking around for 15, 17 years, and it's just having to have a mechanic fix it and replace, rocker boards and panels and whatever else. But they kept it going, got it inspected, and same thing in the fire department. Yeah, they certainly exceed the life expectancy on everything we buy. We more than well get our money's worth out of it. So are there any questions regarding, anything from 2016 on, where we've spent it, which column they might be in? But it's all in here. Okay, let's move on to the American Rescue Plan.
So we went over this last time we were here, but just as it's a little bit different now that we've got a little bit more information. The rescue plan funds can be used to support public health initiatives, address negative impacts from COVID, replace lost revenue, provide premium pay for essential workers, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband. We're getting about $19.6 million. We received the first half in September of this year. We'll receive the second half in June of 2022. And the lost revenue portion is around the $8.3 million mark. So that those funds are what essentially are going to be general fund items that don't fall under the program fund. So it's divided into 2 different sections.
But it's not an additional $8.3 million. It's what comes out of the 19.6. So it's just, I guess, it's just an area of where you can spend that money. That they will approve it. In other words, you have a little more discretion on where you can spend that 8.3 versus, but it still comes out of the 19. So I don't want anybody to think it's 19 plus 8.3.
Question? Yeah, thank you. So replacing lost revenue, how is that defined? I mean, is that replacing lost tax revenue?
You look at all the revenue in the entire general ledger, and there's classifications for each one.
Yep.
You go through, and then it goes through a calculation, and from that calculation it says that, if you have this amount and your expected growth is to be about 4%, then you should have gotten this. The difference between the 2 is what they say you can use as lost revenue.
So hotel, motel tax,
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty flat.
Sure, excise.
So you can use that.
Yeah.
Meals tax.
We don't get meals tax.
That's
What do you mean yet?
And you can't use it to supplement your budget either. So I don't want that, the lost revenue.
Right.
To feel
It's
like
one
that
time.
is to be confusing. You can't. That was one of the rules. You can't use it as a funding source for your budget.
It doesn't go into general fund.
It does.
It does,
It
that's why
does.
we have to vote it into the general fund, and then you can use it from there.
Okay, but it's not a budgeted item.
It's not a budget item.
It just gives us discretion, a little more discretion on what we can use those funds for.
Right. It's not locked into the qualifications met for the grant under the ARPA class.
So the 19 million, they'll send you and say, you can use it for the following things. Then you get down to the lost revenue, but if you have lost revenue, here's what you can use it for, so you have more discretion on that. Work outside the box of parameters that they gave us for the 19.6 million.
So on your, on the spreadsheet I handed out tonight, the orange column down the middle is it totals about $3 million that's on the transfer amount that's on your agenda for tonight. Yep. And then, but these are the items on the screen. We're getting police cruisers, some other police vehicles. We're doing tasers and body cameras.
Just as an example, with Chief's here, Chief Kennedy and Captain Frere. The last time we bought cruisers,
We're probably a year over, so we should have got them.
and we've replaced none of them, actually. And so typically, we would be replacing cruisers every year, a few at a time. Again, whether we use lost revenues or the regular American Rescue Plan funding, it allows us to catch up. That's really what, the funds are for. So that's one example of some of the things that we just weren't able to fund because, for the last 2 years, we've been, moving funding in other areas. And so that's just one example. But that pertains to every single department.
Tasers and body cameras, I don't know if you want to talk about that.
I have another question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Excuse me, for the comptroller. So the lost revenue that adds up to $8.3 million is being spent over a number of years depending on where the need is, correct? So could we have a copy of how you identified that $8.3 million? I'm curious about where those shortfalls were.
It's in the budget. You can look at last year's budget versus this year's budget and the actual, what we actually received, in other words, what we projected to receive, and the actual closeout from 2020, and you can see what the difference is between all of those accounts.
We normally don't get revenue accounts, though. I mean, the only thing that we see, right, as part of the budget process, we see the expense budget. We don't see the revenue budget. So that's really what I'm looking for is the revenue budget and where those shortfalls were.
Well, and it will look, you're not going to see it one for one because they put a 4.1% growth factor on there. So they're going to take what we did make and say, oh, well, you could have, because that was the industry average that people made 4.1% as growth. And so they tack that on top. So you're not going to see it one for one. You take everything and then they actually just do a calculation down at the bottom. I mean,
Okay.
you can see it, but it's just so you know, it won't be one for one.
So, go ahead, Bill.
Just a quick question. On the calculation, is that done by the state, so they send it and say this is what it's going to be, or is that something that came from your office?
No, I did it, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd rather have Jen
I would
do
like
it.
to see that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Much better.
Quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The lost revenue, the 8.3 million, is this the sum of the 4 orange columns across in the spreadsheet? But the first orange column is like 3,049,000 or?
That's our first, so we're spreading this out over 3 years. So that's our first lost revenue.
That's the first bite at it.
Million, right? That comes out of the 8 million?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and the other 2 columns would be the balance of that?
No.
Oh, no.
So we haven't made all of those determinations yet because we haven't, we just don't know what the future holds with COVID, and it's just, pricing is very difficult right now because it's going up and down, and so we're kind of doing this in a slow motion. This is the priority needs right now, and then probably in April, we'll review everything again and do another swath of the lost revenue.
You're going to have like a slush, I shouldn't use the word.
Slush fund.
Reserve fund of about $5 million
Yeah.
over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And we're also trying to be very careful too, because with the last couple of grants that have come out, they have changed the rules and the classifications on what you can spend things on by the month. So we're trying to, go slow and make sure that we, when we're putting them in, okay, this all qualifies and checks the boxes so we don't end up, there's some people that have spent money that were qualified, they changed the rules in between the 3 months that they went to report, and they now have to fund it. So we're just trying to, be careful. So that's why they're in the columns, but things may change.
Okay?
Real quick, so the last tranche is, I think you said June of 2022?
So that's when we're going to get the other funds. So June of '22 is when we will have all the funds in the city accounts.
Okay, thank you.
So we don't have to spend it until, we don't have to commit the funds until the end of '24, and then we don't have to actually spend them until the end of '26.
Keep in mind the CARES Act funding that they gave communities, what might have been approved, didn't get finally approved. So there are some cities that are having to pay back,
Right.
actually literally paying back the money. We've got ours approved, but that was because Wendy took it in bites and kept getting approvals as we went along, so that they could, we had it in writing that this is, officially approved. So I think everything we sent in was approved. Yep.
And
Unless it's not later. I can't imagine why, but
so just a quick follow-up, Wendy. So when you say all the money will be in by June, that's the 19 million?
yes.
That's the total, okay.
Yes. Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. The other thing that I was going to talk about later is that, to piggyback on what the mayor and Jen said, is that there's other bills out there too, like the infrastructure bill, and so we don't want to spend money on something like the Coburn Pond Dam when there's an infrastructure bill coming
Right.
that we could get a substantial grant from next year.
Which is
So-
why the columns may change.
Yep.
Right? What's number 2 priority for the DPW may change as another opportunity, and another, some of that funding that got signed off by the governor this morning, as that changes and they put those programs out, whether it's housing or fuel assistance or whatever, as those items change, we want to be able to move these columns, take it off of the American Rescue Plan and move it towards state funding. So I think it'd be an opportune time. I don't want to put the chief and the captain on the spot, but you see a sizable amount there for tasers, and you might think to yourself, why are we spending so much on tasers? Remember, part of the police reform package approved by the state came with very few dollars. Remember, we were here for like a $365,000 appropriation towards the end of, it was two budgets ago we were down here. And, they passed everything, but there's no funding for it. And there are all sorts of, requirements that the police department has to meet and deadlines. But anyway, I don't know, Chief, Captain, you want to spend a minute or two explaining this? Do you think we'll have time? If not, we can take it up as another item another night. I don't know how much time you have.
Well, as long as we're done your part by about 6 o'clock, we're fine. We got time.
Okay. So while we can go through every single one of these areas here. Do you want us to do that? I mean, it's pretty much in front of you. And obviously, they're all from the capital improvement request from all of the departments. They've reviewed them all. They prioritized them. There were some areas there we had discussions on, but it's pretty straightforward. These aren't wish items. I'll just explain that to you. None of them are. They're all items that are needed, and what it takes to run a $150 million operation with probably a couple of, close to $50 million worth of assets that we have here in the city of, and we're building a new police department. That alone is going to be $30 million, so, we're well over that. But I don't know if you want to just look through this, or if you want us to go through each department in each category. It's up to you.
If anybody has any specific questions for any department head, we can do it. Does anybody need an explanation on any of it?
If I could just ask, Chief, real quick, 210 Lancaster air quality, is that for like cold plasma generators to cleanse the air, or?
It's for HVAC.
HVAC,
Yeah,
okay.
heating
That's
and
it.
air
Yep.
conditioning.
Councilor Schaufel-Zephyr, do you have a question?
I did, yeah. This is for Chief Kennedy. Can you talk a little bit about the $395,000 and what, it's tasers and what is it, training? If you could detail that a little bit for us.
Right, we were just going to go through this first, and then
go back to
he's going to
that?
do an explanation, yeah.
Okay,
But I just want to, it's all straightforward. Everybody's aware of, every department does a really good job of keeping their buildings up and equipment, And, we've never been able to have a jump start like this. Obviously, we lost revenue, and, but this gives us a little bit of a jump start on some of the things that we're not able to do with our, because in the past, all we had to work off is free cash. And you only get so much free cash, and you have to prioritize it, and each department does their best. But damn it, Colvin is in here, our match. Just things we've kept together. Trucks and equipment mostly. Defibrillators, I think the fire department's been working at least now a year on that, trying to standardize, defibrillators, so that no matter which building you're in or where you are, they're all the same. You want to talk a little bit about that, Chief? Just touch on that. They've done a nice job working with this, and
Yeah, so the same manufacturer of the defibrillator that we use on the fire trucks and the police cruisers, we're, through the mayor with this money, is we're gonna purchase for all the common buildings, city-owned buildings. So City Hall will have brand new, the schools, police station, all our buildings at the fire station, library, and it's all the same make, so that if we go, a civilian start CPR and we go, it'll be the machines that are compatible with ours. We can just plug in and continue to give effective CPR and automatic defibrillator.
places like Doyle Field and some of the,
Yeah, there's 50 units, and Deputy Long's been doing a job of trying to find out all of the units. We're able to turn some of them back in and get rebates for some of them. Some of them are, they're gonna be taken out of service.
Quick question on that. Just, can we open that up for businesses in town to purchase?
We actually,
At cost?
part of the plan is, it opens it up for the businesses, and it sells it at the same discount we buy them at. So because we're buying 50, we're buying it off of a bid list type of, procurement, is the businesses are able to buy at that discounted price. Yeah. And we're also receiving a donation from, and I'll save it so that they get the good publicity, but it's a club in Leominster is buying the fire department 5 new defibrillators of the more expensive kind for our trucks, and they raised money, and that's what they want to do. So, so the city of Leominster, with all the public facilities, is going to be in great shape for saving defibrillators.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, I just have a question on one of
Yes.
these items. Under recreation, install rubber surface at Doyle, 150,000. What is that for?
Judy? I know you have the short answer.
Right now, there's a product out there that are the rubber tiles, and underneath the swing sets and where there's fall zones, you need to have protection for falls, and
No,
we
we're
would
good.
like to try to use these particular tiles. Right now, we've done flood in place, and that's very expensive, but we can add 2 tiles, but we want to try these out at Doyle. It's for protection of falls, and especially under the swings, because 75% of injuries are from falls from swings, and we want to make sure that the whole surface is covered, and under slides and falls.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have any other specific items they have questions on?
I do. Yep.
Councilor Chavez-Zephyr?
Yep, I guess this probably is the mayor. Can you talk a little bit about the downtown facade program for $500,000?
Yes. So one of the things that is actually encouraged when they first started the program was to help bring back business. And I was talking with restaurant owners in the Boston area the other day, and they were telling, I said, geez, it looks like it's picking up. And they said, not at all. Now they have mask mandate. And I said, but it just seemed, and I said, yeah, well, you're not paying the rent that we do. We got a lot to make up for. And part of the program would be for downtown, and it's been used by other communities. So what would happen is there'd be an incentive for a business to participate. So if you were a property owner, X amount of dollars would be put up. It has to be matched in percentage by the property owner. And we have a cap on it because we don't know how many people would be interested in it. So you could do things like signage, you could do awnings, you could do a facade change, you could do a weatherization change, anything that's going to help improve the look to the building and add some consistency to it. So it's basically a grant program. There's a stipulation at the end where somebody may have to pay it back. It would depend on the circumstances, but they have quite a bit of time to actually pay it back. But it could be put in there where, like community development block grant money, where, let's just say the economy changed in 3 or 4 or 10 years, and they came in and said, look, I'm 80% vacant right now, or 20%. I don't have the funds to be able to push. We'll have the ability to push that forward if we have to. So it'll be flexible, but it will really help. And some of the buildings downtown really need that sort of new look. And this, and by us putting out, what's the amount that we put on the?
Up to $20,000 for the city contribution. So,
Right.
and
So-
25% split. What we didn't want to have happen is somebody come in, take the money, and then sell the building. That's what we didn't want to happen. So.
Right. And we'll see how it works. If it maybe is an opportunity to do a second round, if people have to take advantage of it, we can't force them to take advantage. But we wanted to put enough out there so they did something, either, as I said, awnings or signage, and get it all to be consistent. There's some buildings downtown where people have already done that, and there are buildings that it doesn't look like it's ever going to happen. And that's what we hope to do, is provide the jump start to get some construction going on those buildings.
Mayor, I see a lot of good improvements at Barrett and Fournier and Doyle, skate park stuff. One of the things I don't see on here is anything for Creasy Street for the Lassie League. Is there anything?
Judy and I were just discussing that. She can fill you in.
Because they need some improvements
She's getting
over
really
there.
good at this. You're really good, Judy.
I've contacted McCarty Engineering, and they are going to be looking at that. It was brought to my attention by Recreation Commissioner. That was under the Lassie League, was underneath the Conservation Commission, and they turned that facility over to us for the active recreation part. So we never put that into our budget in the past. So McCarty Engineering is working on trying to get me an estimate on what that cost would be for putting in a parking lot that's handicapped accessible.
Okay.
So it's handicapped accessibility they're concerned about.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else have any specific questions or anything that comes to their?
So what this did, essentially, in bottom line, is it sped up our capital improvements. Right? It took, 3 and 4 and 5 years and sped it up. And again, we'll move slowly and cautiously as we move into the next phase, just because we don't know what the needs will be and if they'll change, but we want to be able to react to that. I know some people just want to spend, whatever the allotment was for their community, they're just going to spend it, and our approach is a little bit more conservative. But believe me, with all of the purchasing that's going to be required here, all of the regular formalities and the steps that we need, we'll be busy just working on these projects right here. So we don't want to take off more than we could chew.
Councilor Angelini?
Briefly, this has been a wonderful presentation. It's very exciting, encouraging. But I have to ask a sobering question at this point. I think in the past, some of us felt that we've been so successful that we get penalized when state aid sometimes comes in. So is there any way that when the cherry sheets come up and they say, hey, you guys did so well in this program, you're going to get a little bit less than you, no?
I don't see that in this.
It definitely does not happen in the grant world. I can tell you that. It's all, they've based it on,
The merits of the grant.
The project.
You can write all the letters you want from all the other outside sources, but if you don't have a good grant application, it's not within what they're looking for. And that changes, right? You know that. One day you're looking for open space, other times active, passive, whatever the, the meal is of the day, the menu of the day, that's what we build our grants around it, right? Our applications. No sense asking for something they have no intentions of funding.
And none of the money here can be used as as a funding source, so it wouldn't change the amount that we would get from the state, because you can't replace this with, use this to replace that money, so they shouldn't reduce it.
And I think the other thing is that is encouraging, because I know there was a lot of debate on this, is you can't use it to fund your pension. And that's across the country. And this never would have passed if they allowed this, because there were enough votes to vote it, the whole package down, because, the feeling was, if you were in bad shape prior to COVID, and you didn't fund your pension accordingly, we're not going to ask taxpayers to make that up because you had poor management. You just, that was a decision you made. So I was happy to see that, because we sacrificed to be able to do that, to make the right decisions, and other communities didn't, and thought they were going to use this, these funds to offset the cost of their pensions, and then it wasn't allowed. So, yeah, that's, for us, now we're able to spend it on things that really matter, and catch up. And then we have one other section here.
This is the program funds. I'm not going to go through this because this is all on your spreadsheet. This is basically the program funds that fund things, for our buildings and sewer, water. So that's, this is particularly important, why, for all our departments to have a capital plan, because we were able to take right off it, especially the sewer, water plans. So I just want to talk a little bit about, because we're talking about the capital plan, I want to talk a little bit about other impacts on the capital plan. For over 10 years, well, this is 10 years of Parks and Recreation grants. We've gotten almost $4 million in Parks and Rec that the city normally would have had to fund. MassWorks grants is $8.3 million, which just does sewer, water, and streetscape. Right now we're working on one down by the mall at Whitney Field, which is going to allow the expansion of businesses around not just the mall, but the area around the mall of private business owners. We just got one for the expansion of Orchard Hill, which is going to be about 300 additional jobs. And just miscellaneous, we got the ladder truck grant for $900,000. I just threw some on here just to show, a lot of these areas would have to come out of our sidewalk budget and our, Slackbrook. We would have had to pay for that. It would have eventually collapsed, and we would have had to pay for that somehow. So, this is about $7.5 million worth of other grants that have come, taken items off of our capital list. So. This is the infrastructure that has come from the Transportation Improvement Program list in the past 10 years, which is $70 million that the state has invested in our community or is currently investing. The safe routes to schools, the rail trail, Route 12 and Route 13, some bridge projects. So we've done really well there. Everyone always said that, this money doesn't come, it doesn't make it past 495. Well, now it does. So, we're very happy with that. But then once again, is having our priorities in line and working with the state and the regional planning to get this on the list. We already talked about this, so that's, cost fluctuations and lead time on projects, which is another reason, all this is why we're trying to be careful in spending this money. So that's all I have.
I just, if I can, I'd like to touch on the body cameras, since they're,
Yeah,
people.
I'll have
I
the
just
chief and the captain come in, and then.
I think it certainly, allows for a lot of accountability.
It's comprehensive, and they've
protects the
spent
city.
a
Right.
lot of time working on this so that we could get this ready. So I think it's worth, if you want to come in, maybe Jen and Wendy, you can.
Just
Slide
as a
down.
comment, I want to congratulate your office for getting this type of money in grants. I know how much work it is, and it's appreciated by the citizens of the city.
It's competitive. As Wendy was saying, you don't just send it down and then make a phone call and somebody says, oh, yeah, it's so-and-so on the phone. And also, to get something on the Transportation Improvement Plan is highly competitive, because you're talking about 22 other communities all competing for a small amount of money. So we probably get, out of 22 cities and towns, we probably get more money off the Transportation Improvement Plan. But we also have good projects on there as well. So we're not just putting things on there. They're all good, solid projects with all the backup and data they need to be able to say, well, this project is a high priority because. And so it does make sense. So we got a great team. I can just tell you that. It's the all-star team. We're lucky. You can jump in here.
Yeah, come over
Sure.
here.
Place to see on the site.
So as I said, they've done a really good job. They've researched this thing back, forth, up and down, spent a lot of time on it, but maybe we could do a combination. It would do the whole police station, the body cameras, everything. I think that, I'm sorry, the tasers and the body cameras all at once. You sort of explain, even out a few years, what happens with the contract and why, there's a maintenance fee and what that encompasses, 'cause it's pretty extensive.
All right, well, the tasers that we got 5 years ago are at its end. Their life expectancy we're within a few months of them just not going to be in compliant whatsoever. So the captain and myself, we reached out to Axum because they have a great product. They pretty much cornered the market, especially with police reform and the mandated body cameras that are on the way. We, working with the mayor, wanted to get ahead of this. Negotiations with the unions are in process because of the change of working conditions with the body cameras. But overall, the acceptance is there. Combination of getting new tasers to replace the ones that are basically going to be phased out because they're very old and the technology's changed. The body cameras, which is a growing trend nationally around, which a lot of the officers want because it's going to protect them, protect the city from any frivolous lawsuits and false claims. And it will document the officers doing their job to be transparent with the public. Along with Axum, we're also getting evidence.com, where it allows businesses, the residents of Leominster who have access to cameras to tap into this portal to provide information for investigations or help us lead to arrest for whatever we may be investigating. Also coming, this is another thing for training, it's VR training. I probably remember a couple of Christmas ago, there's those video game headsets that the kids were, it was a big sale issue, but the Axum technology is far better than that. Me and the captain sat down in Middlesex County Jail about a month ago. They can run you through 45 to 50 type scenarios, everything person, like an armed suspect to a person having a schizophrenic episode or a domestic situation. So I went through it, and it's just as clear as just sitting looking at you, Mr. Angelini. It was not like a video game. It was like you're looking at a real person. And if you have motion sickness, that might be a problem because it's that real. This program that we're going to is, the amount is high, but this was built into a 5-year deal. We're trying to get over 3 years. It builds in all the user fees, all the updates that comes with all the aspects of the tasers, because everything's technology now. It's all built into the package to keep us at the forefront, basically.
So if we use the taser, you can explain a little bit more on that.
So basically all, like the tasers, they're all connected. All the stuff's going to be able to go into evidence.com. So once you're on a call, it'll be tagged with our computer system. Everything will be there, and nothing, we'll have to go and do it ourselves. Once we plug it into I'll probably let the captain put that, but once you plug everything in at the end of the day, you plug your tasers in or your body camera, it gets downloaded right into a cloud-based part. So if you want to kind of tap with that.
Sure. So evidence.com is a cloud-based service that will be able to speak back and forth with our CAD service that we use for writing reports and chain of custody issues for evidence and whatnot. And it can pass information back and forth. So if an officer goes on a call, dispatch will take them and they will put them under that call number, and it'll say what type of a call that they're going on. If at any point during that call for service, the officer turns the lights on in their cruiser, not only will that automatically turn on their body camera, but it actually starts sending in a signal out 250 feet in every direction. And if there's any other officer's body camera that's on within that 250 feet, it automatically turns those on as well. So if we have a walking beat downtown and a car comes through with its lights on, that walking beat's camera is going to get turned on. So if anything happens to that car while it's en route, you have another view of that. If anytime an officer would turn a taser on or remove a firearm from a holster, same exact thing, 250 feet out. Every body camera automatically gets turned on.
It's supposed to be like a magnetic connection.
It is.
So it turns-
It's a magnet that will end up sending out a Bluetooth signal. Granted, for the policies that we're working on, hopefully their cameras would already be on, but it's a fail-safe, just in case. So once that's all done, they're on their call for service. They come back, they start writing a report. There's little docking stations. So they would take the battery out of their taser, they would take their body camera off from the station, they would plug them in. The information and the videos and all the data from those would automatically upload. It would recognize the date and time stamps of everything that was going on there, and it'll automatically put all of that information under those calls, automatically creating like property numbers for all of that evidence. And so it cuts down times that officers have to spend doing their reports and whatnot. Now, part of the package is like transcription service. So there's more than 10,000 languages and dialects and accents that it can recognize, and you can take a 1-hour interview and have it completely transcribed, finished product for an official court report in less than an hour, which is amazing when you think about it. So the interviews that we had to do for that large theft ring that was going on at a store on Central Street in town that was pretty much national news, there was hundreds of hours of interviews. You can't imagine the amount of person hours that takes to transcribe those and get them into a police report to send off to court. This will allow those officers to go through things like that, complete finished products, so that we can start getting, we can help victims sooner. They can get them into court sooner. And we know that there's a backup in the court system, so the sooner you get them in, the faster everything else goes through, and it frees them up for additional calls for service as well. There's also services in here for things like FOIA requests. So as soon as you start getting a lot of video, you're going to start seeing a large increase in FOIA requests. Well, there is also auto-redaction services within this. Yep. So instead of having to employ multiple people to just sit there and do FOIA requests and video redaction and audio redaction, you can actually go in there, and the technology is so smart, you can select faces and say, redact everyone but this. Or you can go in and say,
take a name out.
Definitely redact this, yes.
Yeah.
You can go in and you can say, this technology is beyond me, but you can say, redact these people and their audio. No idea how they do that, but they do it. So for things like, in order to remain compliant with the law. So redacting juveniles, medical things.
Rape cases.
Yes.
Sexual assaults.
Sexual assaults, other things like that in order to remain in compliance with the law. This has technology that can do that. Now, obviously, it needs to be reviewed to make sure it was done properly, but it's a very, very large time and cost saver.
Yes.
Now, going forward, let's just touch on the piece about going forward, what happens, and then, sort of the maintenance that needs to happen, and that is, okay.
Just a quick question. This is a lease, so they'll update it?
Yes.
Actually, so this is it's a 5-year purchase plan that's being paid off over 3 years in order to comply with, yeah.
Yeah. So, but, I mean, in year 4, but we're not, it's going to be, this is how it's going to be paid. Year 4, we get new. We get all new tasers again, we get all new body cameras, everything gets replaced in year 4. So those things are going to be good for another 5 years. We're just going to have to work out how to pay for like the service agreements and like the warranties and stuff like that as we go forward.
Right, that was my question, is it a subscription service? But no, it's a 5-year purchase, and then going beyond that, would it be an annual kind of subscription, or do you know?
Yeah, so the evidence.com,
Yep.
so all the hardware
Yep.
is purchased. Everything, these costs are yearly costs, but after that 5 years, all the hardware is owned.
Yep.
It's just the evidence.com subscription that would have to be renewed on a yearly basis after that.
Yeah, and who manages this system? I mean, it sounds like it does really great things. I mean, do individual officers actually communicate with the system back and forth on their specific case, or is there somebody in-house
Well,
who'll
they'll-
become that kind of expert?
Well, yeah, we're going to have a supervisor that's going to be in charge, the overall, because we expect that we're going to get a lot of requests.
Yep.
A lot of things are going to have to be redacted, but the office is going to have ability per the policy to go in and review it, make any alterations they need if they have to mark it a certain way. But most of the times when it gets plugged in, because they connect, like once they get put in the CAD system, that it's all connected and goes into the right area. So it's not like they're going to have to move it around, but they're going to have some limited access to it, but overall, the supervisor's going to have to make any drastic changes to it.
So when you go in there and you want to transcribe a video or you want to alter a video in any way, it's tiered permission levels. So they'll be able to go in and view. They'll be able to go in and do like redactions and things like that, but it never affects the original. And they're not going to be able to delete something. That would have to go through an approval process in order for that to happen. And everything is very much documented. So you will see date and time stamps on every single transaction that's in there. Also, I completely forgot, I think the chief touched on this. So we'll actually have, if we want to get video, if somebody's a victim of a crime, instead of going there and spending time in their home and trying to work with like thumb drives or DVDs in order to take their video, we will actually be able to send people links, kind of like a Dropbox link, and then they can just throw in whatever they want. It's completely unlimited space. So we're not worried about how much space any sort of video or anything like that takes up. They can send us whatever they want.
Yeah, like videos from a business.
Yep.
People got everything's cameraed today. They can download that in a Dropbox and send it to us.
They'll be able to send us stuff anonymously. We'll be able to put a link up somewhere, like on a website, kind of like Crime Stoppers, and say, here, if you have any sort of video you want to send us, just click on this. There's a little thing that they can fill out and just drop and drag an attachment over, and then they can just send it to us. And that's not hitting our computer systems. So there's no threat to us. That's all stuff that we would view on the cloud. Also, when it comes to getting information to attorneys for discovery, doing that for a long time, it's incredibly cumbersome. There's a lot to it, making copies of everything. No more. We will be able to throw digital copies into one file, and the evidence.com will allow us to send a link to an attorney, and it's good for a certain amount of time, which we can set, and then they'll be able to open it up and take whatever they want from it.
And everybody asks for discovery these days.
Oh, yeah.
You got a
Oh, yeah.
speeding ticket, they want discovery. I mean, everyone wants discovery, so.
Yeah.
Has this been challenged in court yet? Or is it
Cameras?
the whole technology?
I mean, there's been overwhelming court cases about pros and cons of cameras and electrical weapons and the training standards and things like that, but they're still here. I think if anything, it's going to be moving forward at a higher rate. The state's actually purchased a lot of body cameras, and officers are going to start wearing them in academies pretty soon. So, yeah.
Counselor Angelini?
And hopefully, I'm just going to say, hopefully by the time we get to that 50th year when you have to start doing the whole maintenance part, hopefully the state is going to be in the position, or the federal government, or all these people passing all of these new laws and requirements are going to be in the position of funding.
No unfunded mandate?
Exactly. They keep passing these things, and they put it back on us, and then they have to come out of our regular budget. It just doesn't make any sense. So, as they pass these things, they need to be sending the money back with it.
It'd be nice to do it like how they do like the vest reimbursement that we came down for appropriation. We had to get the money first, pay for it, and then do half 50% from the federal government, which we did. Now we're just working on state half. Body cameras, that's a no-brainer. I mean, especially the way this day and age is going, that'd be a great way to work something out for these cities and towns to help them out, because not everybody's they're going to struggle with this. We're very fortunate. The city of Leominster is in a very good position, and it'll be great with the new station coming and get the good technology going forward.
We've been working with this company for, we've been working with this company for a long time. Every year there's a 5% markup on everything. It's standard for the industry, so locking it in for 5 years is actually really nice. Plus, can you imagine the price increase once the mandate comes out?
Councilor Angelini, do you have any other?
Just quickly, I know when the mayor was down presenting on the new police station, and one of the things that was, I guess, taken out was the firearms
The range.
indoor
Yes.
range. So this VR technology would allow you to do some tactical training at the new building?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. This would be even during, like, if it's quiet shift, the supervisor, once ever we get trained on it, because they're run by tablets, so a supervisor could be sitting with a tablet, the officer could be sitting across with the VR, and you can set up scenario base, just to go, hey, we got free time, run through a couple scenarios, takes 10, 15 minutes, You can do that to, any in-time training, do it during in-services, and it's going to, seeing what I saw with the captain down in Middlesex County Jail, it's going to do wonders for this department, because the percentage, was it like 85, 90% retention?
Retention, it was,
Yeah, by going through this training.
Wow.
Yeah.
yeah, they say that when you start combining things like visual, audio, and kinesthetic type of learning, when you start combining, you just start upping the retention rates, and the VR training is actually combining all of them together, but for some reason, they're having an 80% higher retention rate than if you just do regular audio, visual, and kinesthetic, like in a classroom setting.
Especially with the tablet, the supervisor can see how the officer's kind of going and say, okay, we'll go this way.
Yeah.
He changed up on you, so you keep, you never know how things change. We see in the news, things happen at a moment's notice.
Yeah, that's another thing.
You can
For
change
every
it up.
single one of those scenarios, there'll be somebody there with a tablet who can control race, age, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, layout of the apartment or home that you're in. And there's thousands of branching options for each one of them.
I wanted to make sure I touch on one last thing. We talked about tasers tonight, and every officer is trained to use a taser. So there's escalation, de-escalation. Every officer is trained in the process of compliance, different scenarios, same sort of thing. When you use a taser, so I don't want the public to misunderstand that. We get these new tasers and we're just going to, use them on everybody we come in contact with.
It was different when we first got them back 5 years ago, but our interaction with tasers they just see it. We don't see them come up that often at all. People get out there to comply, and
Mayor,
just got a job to do.
fascinating discussion. Learned a lot. That was tremendous. Just bring it back to center. 19 million sounds like a lot of money.
Yes.
Capital improvements for a city this size over 5 years, not so much.
Right.
Really appreciate the conservative approach with spending this money. I think it's spot on.
Thank you. And good questions, and we'll get everyone a copy of the loss of revenue chart. We all set, Wendy?
Yep.
What time is the next here? The tax classification?
That's at 6:20. Yeah, so we got a few minutes. Subcommittee's going to take care of some business, and then we will start that. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it. So now I'm just going to go through these items really quick, the Finance Subcommittee, so that we can be ready for a recommendation when we get into our meeting. So the first item, C-32, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the amount of $19,600 be transferred from the stabilization fund account to the library capital account. We all got an explanation. There's just some upgrades that need to take place so that we can keep a good maintenance of the building, some carpentry work and doors and things like that for $5,000, landscaping maintenance for $5,000, some driveway paving, wiring for security camera upgrades, $45,000. Panic buttons for the service desk, wiring for door counters. So just a lot of general maintenance. There's a whole explanation of it. If anybody from the public has any questions, this is always on file in the city clerk's office, but it would be my recommendation that we grant C-32, and I'll ask Councilor Cormier.
I agree.
Councilor Angelini?
I'll make it unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we will grant C-32 C-32, C-33, Dean J. Mazzarella Mayor requests that the amount of $50,000 be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account. This is for a purchase of a generator for the DPW. The generator will be mobile and will also provide backup electricity as needed to our pump stations. So I had a conversation with Ray Racine, basically that this piece of equipment will power the whole building if need be, the whole DPW building on Graham Street, and they'll be able to move it to other parts of the city. So if they're not in any kind of distress on Graham Street, but other parts of the city are, where we might have pump stations and things like that, they'll be able to move it and provide backup power there. So it would be my recommendation that we grant C-33. Councilor Cormier?
I agree.
Councilor Angelini?
And very quickly, Mr. Chairman, if I may add, within the past week, there was an article published by ISO New England, the grid operator that makes the electricity arrive at our homes, and they were warning that if we see an extended cold snap this winter, supply is so tight that they may be forced to go into a rolling blackout or brownout scenario. So I think the request for these generators is timely. We have a few before us this evening, and I would agree.
Well, I will note those generators, some are saying that because of everything going on in the world, that it might take a year to get them. That you can't get them in 5 minutes, so, but I agree. Hopefully, the sooner the better, but I don't know when they'll be here, but it could be a while. And your recommendation is to grant, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to C-34, Dean J. Mazzarella Mayor requests the amount of $60,000 be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account. This is regarding purchase of a new one-ton dump truck for the DPW. I did have a conversation once again with Ray Racine. The next communication is also very similar, C-35. We're replacing two vehicles. One of them is a 2011 and another is a 2000. It looks like the item for C-34 is the 2011 and C-35 is the 2000. These are diesel and they're looking to go to gas. And they did give an explanation that the motors have been issues on these as well, so that's why they're looking to get them replaced. So it would be my recommendation that we grant C-34, and I'll ask Councilor Cormier if she has any questions or comments.
I have no questions. I would agree with your recommendation.
Okay, Councilor Angelini?
I'm in agreement as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we will grant C-34. C-35, Dean J. Mazzarella Mayor requests the amount of $67,500 be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account. This is once again for a dump truck. This is for the replacement of the 2000 forestry. This is also, it's a little bit more money because it has a leaf box on it as well, so they can pick up leaves around the city and some of the parks in various places. So it would be my recommendation that we grant C-35. Councilor Cormier?
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to that is with the leaf collection system, I know, especially in my neighborhood, around the drainage spots, they get in, take care of that, which is huge come the rainstorms, the snow, and then again in the spring, so I support it.
Okay. Councilor Angelini?
It's also I'd like to commend the director over at DPW because we are getting our money's worth on these vehicles. So
Yeah.
he spends that, his budget like it's his own money, I think. I wish he was still here to hear that. So I will make it unanimous, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That's a unanimous for C-35 to grant C-36 Dean J. Mazzarella Mayor requests the amount of $136,193.80 to be transferred from the stabilization account to the Fire Department Capital Project Fund. This is for Phase 1 of the 911 dispatch relocation request. We did get an explanation that they obviously are going to be relocating the 911 center to 210 Lancaster Street, and this is part of the funds to do that. it would be my recommendation that we grant C-36. Counselor Cormier?
I agree.
Counselor Angelini?
I'm in agreement as well.
Okay, so the unanimous recommendation will be to grant C-37 Dean J. Mazzarella Mayor requests the amount of $90,000 be transferred from the stabilization fund to the fire department capital account. This is to purchase a generator for the Leominster Fire Department headquarters, the new headquarters at 210 Lancaster. Obviously, this generator is going to it's going to power the dispatch center as well as the entire building. This is one, I'm hearing this generator might be a year out. That's just the way things are right now with getting equipment, but it could be a while, but we'll start the process if we grant this. So it'd be my recommendation that we grant C-37. Councilor Cormier?
I agree.
Councilor Angelini?
Mr. Chairman, I might add that they've done wonders down at this new building on a shoestring budget, and obviously, this type of equipment, you can't shoestring, so I would be in favor as well.
Okay, I agree. So we will grant C-37, C-38, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests a transfer of $3,049,949.25 in designated lost revenue from the American Rescue Plan Grants Fund account to the general fund. This is for Phase 1 of the lost revenue spending. We heard the presentation tonight. We looked over all of the information presented. I certainly think that all of this money is going to go toward much needed things in the city. It might not be everyone's priority. There are many of us that might have different ideas, but I don't think any of it is uncalled for. I think that it's all good spending, and it would be my recommendation that we grant C-38. Councilor Cormier?
I agree with everything you said. I think they did a wonderful presentation, and I think it's a very good use of these funds, so I agree.
Thank you. Councilor Angelini?
I'd like to give a hat tip as well to Wendy Weeks. It's an outstanding job for us, the mayor, and all the department heads that contributed to this. It's a wonderful plan, so I will agree.
I also agree with all those comments as well. We will grant C-38. Moving on to C-39, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the amount of $30,000 be transferred from the stabilization account to the emergency management expense account. This is for the development of a hazard mitigation plan. We heard Wendy, the grants administrator, tonight talk about this. Basically, we will have our own plan here in the city versus a regional one, and the sooner we get this done, the more likely we may be to get some additional funding. I think she mentioned from MEMA. So there's a deadline in May, and I'm sure this is pretty detailed, so the sooner we get started on this, the better position we'll be in for some grant funding. So it would be my recommendation that we grant C-39. Councilor Cormier?
I agree. I just say, although it's a mandate, I think it's something that's in the best interest of the city overall anyway, so I'm in agreement.
I agree. Councilor Angelini?
And somehow I suspect that either the FEMA or the MEMA program will be a source of funding. So I'm in agreement as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so it's a unanimous recommendation from Finance that we grant C-39 as well. That is the last of the items that I have on the agenda. So with that, I declare the subcommittee meeting of Finance adjourned. Do we have a motion? Councilor?
I'll move.
Councilor Angelini? Okay, we are adjourned. I think just in the nick of time.
I don't know who engineered the amount of time necessary for your meeting, but it seems to be quite appropriate in
Yeah.
terms of the amount of time necessary.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
Yeah.
With a minute to spare.
Just enough time to move in.
Leominster City Council, petition 15-22. Julio Ramos, traffic officer, Leominster Police Department, request to amend Chapter 13, Section 13-33 of the revised ordinance entitled Schedule of Parking Fines. The ray line under Group B, $25 fine. Please include the offense of obstructing bicycle lane. This is a continuation of a prior public hearing, and I believe one of the questions we wanted to get answered was whether or not these bicycle lanes had in fact been authorized by the council. And I don't know if we've got an answer to that question. Madam Clerk?
I haven't found any ordinances outstanding for that, for these particular bicycle lanes.
Okay. I know we've got bicycle lanes in Ward 1, and then there's the ones on Merriam Ave, which appear to be somewhat troublesome. Can you speak to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Let me just give you some history on this.
Yeah, if we could have,
Because it was never our intentions. I mean, I can't imagine passing an ordinance that's going to stop everybody at Merriam Ave from being able to park on the street. I don't think most people at Merriam Ave know that right now is a petition before the council on this. So what happened is we paved the street. In the past, what we would do is just run another stripe down and put those little symbols in that says, bike lane. And all we try to do there on Merriam Ave is a very wide street, so we figure what we do is just add those little symbols. And our interpretation of a bike lane is sort of what they've been doing in Boston. It's millions of dollars to actually put a bike lane in. And we thought as we're building the bike trail and we're resurfacing streets, we would put that little, it's share the road anyway. That's the real approach, is sharing the road. In some of the bigger cities, they have to define the bike lanes because it's so dangerous. So our intention was never to create an actual on-the-books registered. It may be okay, and some people may like it, but that was never the intent. I wanted to make sure you understood that, because it was me that called Ray and said, hey, Ray, this road's 65 feet wide. There's more than enough room here for everybody. So maybe it's share the road signs that need to be up there rather than designated bike lanes. But that was our only intentions of putting these little, you know what they look like, right? They're white and they're painted on there and it just says bike lanes or whatever. That was our only intention, so that would be sort of a designated area. But share the road works just as good. And again, I have a feeling if you pass this, not that it isn't something that we shouldn't think about down the road, but I have a feeling that if you pass this, you're going to have a lot of people upset on Merriam Ave when they get a ticket for parking in the bike lane. And so, I don't know, I'm not sure what your plan is, for tonight.
No, it's good you're here, because we were sort of at a loss as to.
But that was the intention.
Yeah.
And we've done it in the past, and then somewhere along the line, again, state legislature passes a law that says, if you do a bike lane, you can't have anybody parking in it, which, by the way, in the last 2 weeks, every city and town that I've been in, there's bike lanes and there are people parked all over the place. So, we're still trying to figure this out as to, is that a real bike lane or is it more of share of the road sort of thing?
With respect to Merriam Avenue, it's clearly just pavement markings.
Exactly.
There's no ordinance to support a bike lane on our books for Merriam Avenue, at least.
But
so you can't penalize people for pavement markings,
right?
In most cases, at least.
And I just wanted to explain, that was the total conversation. It lasted about 5 minutes. I said, it's like a gallon of paint. Can we get the template and go out there and put it in there? And it's also a nice way, we thought, where if people coming down the feeder streets, getting onto Merriam, would come down and then connect on to the, to the bike trail. But we didn't realize, that this was going to, set a standard. And I just can't even imagine. Merriam Ave is one of the longest streets in Leominster. I can't imagine the phone calls we'd get at some point when somebody got a $25 ticket because they're in a bike lane. So maybe it's just, stick to the share the road, and those are the signs that we'll post.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sure.
Just to be clear, the only, I guess, official bike lanes in the city are North Street and the intersection of Merriam and Lindell, where that was part of the state requirement that we put those bike lanes in there, right?
I believe so. That was my memory, is that the state actually mandated those.
Right. So even if we did pass this, the only two areas that you could get tickets in would be North Street that little section, which
Well,
would be,
if you passed it legally, it would be an official bike lane, and you'd get a ticket for
yeah.
$25.
Yeah, I didn't think that, yeah, that was my question from the first
Sure.
meeting, were these official bike lanes, and apparently they're not.
I think you understand what we did, is just, narrow the road a little more. That keeps people from traveling faster than they should be. Black Eaton's not around anymore to stop or slow people down. We just start bringing the lanes in and adding the bike designation would slow people down, and if a family wanted to come out, there's plenty of room, and it's not a tight situation. So it wasn't our intentions to do anything more than that.
No, I understand.
But there are people in the city that think we should have, who their belief is it should be a bike lane and it should be no parking. And I don't know, is there public comment period tonight?
Right
Or
now.
just
Right now.
right now? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think that, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
May I speak now? Thank you. I'm Peter Delano, resident over on Abbott Ave. Had some conversations with Councilor Angelini about this and with the mayor. And I'm actually the one that probably raised the issue in the first place. I was riding on Merriam Ave, and I thought, great, they repaved it, they made some great markings, and they have these bright, I don't know if you can see it from here, the bright, signage, and then, there's a car right there. So then the practical effect of that, as a cyclist, I've been cycling since, as an adult, since I was, a child, really. And the practical effect of that is you have to swerve out into the road. And that's really the reason that the state passed this law in 2017, making bike lane parking by motor vehicles illegal. And I'm very sensitive to the issue of parking in Merriam Ave, and I don't want to mess people's lives up because now they're in front of their house, they can't park their car. But at the same time, I think bike lanes are important. It's a safety issue that can save lives. And there are some official bike lanes already on the books. And as far as those are concerned, the state law was passed in 2017, signed into law by Governor Baker. That law prohibits parking or even stopping your vehicle in a bike lane. The reasoning, like I said, it keeps cyclists from having to swerve. And the idea behind it is it's a lane of travel, just like a car lane. You can't park your car in a right turn lane and just walk into the store. It's a lane of travel. Same is true for bike lanes. So I'm just here to speak in favor of the ordinance. And all it is a $25 ticket for these official designated bike lanes. Like Councilor Angelini said, if this Merriam Ave one is not a legitimate official in the ordinance bike lane, then I don't think the police could ticket that right now. It's really just the ones that are on the books, and there are some on the books, a few. I would like more, but for now there's just a few. And for now, the police have no way to enforce the state law to prohibit parking in those official bike lanes. So we need this ordinance just to make it official. It's not an insurance surcharge. The state law makes that clear. It's just up to $50 under the state law. This ordinance is just $25 per ticket. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just speak for myself before I put it out to other members of Legal Affairs. I think, as drafted, I think that this is going to cause more problems than it's going to help. I think what I would suggest is that we table this or give it further time and ask the petitioner, Officer Ramos, that this particular section should be followed by a list of those bike lanes that are truly bike lanes that are accepted by the city and subject to a fine. I think that would avoid a lot of confusion. And if there are additional bike lanes that are officially added, we can add those. But I think right now we've got official bike lanes, we've got unofficial bike lanes, and it's going to create problems. Councilor Shalafo-Zephyr, your feelings on that?
No, I think that sounds reasonable. I guess my question would be for the mayor in terms of a public safety issue, right? If the lanes are now marked on Merriam Avenue, and I mean, should those markings be taken away or paved over?
With MassDOT and see what they say about the lanes. The other thing is, just as an example now, Merriam Avenue's a very wide street. That's unusual. But what we're trying to look at, so that we make them legal and they work, is sort of creating, in Boston is, you could probably see they've actually got a designated lane, because people would open the door and somebody come flying by, and the result wasn't good. So what we've looked at is an area where you can park, an actual bike lane, and then traffic lanes. It's actually wide enough to do that. So that's some engineering that we have to do, but that's not really going to work on every street, but it'll work on certain streets. When they do Route 13 over, I'm pretty sure they're going to be marking it for a length, but there's not a whole lot of room in there, not a lot of wiggle room, so I'm not sure how they're going to approach that. So, yeah, we'll find out if we can keep that designation in there or just go to the, share the road. I might have to just leave that up, kind of share the road.
Right, my concern would be that if somebody who is a cyclist and sees that thinks, oh, this is a real bike lane, they haven't heard this conversation, they haven't heard the discussion. So if they're so if they're traveling in the bike lane and they assume that it's, a legitimate bike lane, and they come across, a car that's parked there and they have to swerve, I'm worried about the potential, public health concern or public safety concern of a cyclist using it, because of the way it's marked, and not expecting, to have a car parked in front of them or whatever.
Well,
So
State MassDOT has a whole bicycle division, so we're checking with them to see what their recommendation for us is to do, either black it out.
Right.
Or put the share the road signs up, or maybe there's another designation for this, that it's not an official. I mean, we're spending, at MassDOT, we're spending millions to go a quarter of a mile for a bike lane on Comm Ave in Boston. I mean, it's incredible amount of money they're putting towards it, but these are actual designated lanes, and if you park in one of them, they'll tow you, but.
No, that's great. That's good to know. So, as soon as you get an opinion from Mass DOT, that would be helpful, to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll get to the council in a moment. Councilor Cormier, your feelings on this?
My feelings would be to deny this or give it leave to withdraw. This is a problem. I can kind of sense that Merriam Ave, we would need to put a petition in to make it a legal bike lane before we can pass a petition to fine. So I don't see a petition coming. My sense is that the neighbors on Merriam Ave are not going to be happy if we have a bike lane and you can't park in it. If Officer Ramos wants to have this fine designation for the ones that we legally have on the books, I mean, this is a public hearing, so this whole thing would have to be re-advertised anyway if you were going to add. I mean, this is significant change. So,
well, that's a good point.
So I think we need to scrap this whole thing. We need to figure it out, what we're going to do, whether we're going to black them out and get rid of them, or have another share the road designation, or whether someone wants to come down here with a petition to see if it's going to pass the muster to make it an official bike lane. But either way, I think, we should just get rid of this petition because it's just too premature to talk about. There's so many other things we have to sort out first.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll get you an update on
Any other
everything.
councilors have any? Councilor Angelini?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that explanation. I mean, when I arrived here around 5 o'clock, I said, boy, this is a can of worms, this bike lane issue. Mr. Delano made a very pointed presentation, obviously.
No, he's right on.
But I have a couple of issues with this. Obviously, I echo Councilor Cormier's comments, but also in relation to the North Street area in Ward 1, my distinguished colleague across the table from me, this ordinance was adopted some time ago. It hasn't been policed, hasn't been enforced. People have been parking up on that bike lane now for quite some time. So if we were to pass this, the guy's going to wake up next week and find a ticket on his car and figure, geez, where'd this come from, So even though there was a public hearing for the ordinance bike lane, I think so much time has elapsed since then that people would be totally unaware that they're violating any parking laws currently. And, I truly like the mayor's idea of a lane share and you perhaps from some public education, and some events that the mayor's office probably could coordinate, so we could bring residents' attention to this matter, and we try to get some courtesy between the bicycling and the folks that may be parking on Merriam Avenue. But I think we need a blank canvas here. We got to go back and, in my opinion, and sort of restructure the vision. We need a vision. I think the valuable information from DOT, the mayor suggested he'd try to dig up, will be helpful in us finding a solution for this, something that's amenable to both the folks that park there and the folks in the bicycle community. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
Yeah, thank you very much. In reading the petition, it doesn't say anything about Merriam Avenue. It's not specific to Merriam Avenue. I know that Merriam Avenue came up because that's the most recent one that's been designated, in terms of, the markings in the road. But this has nothing to do with Merriam Avenue. And the city also we have existing real bike lanes because those were conditions of the work that was done on North Street and at Merriam and Lindell. So I don't think the question is whether or not this should be withdrawn. I think the question is, and it came up at the last meeting, how do we communicate changes in ordinances to the general public? We make changes to ordinances all the time. And how do we communicate those? I mean, there really is we don't have a method of communicating. People can watch our meetings or, there might be a little bit of press coverage or something like that. So in this case, I don't think we should deny it. I'd be in favor of, further time or even tabling it so that Officer Ramos can come down and talk to us about it. Maybe he's had specific instances over on North Street or over on one of the other designated real bike lanes that he feels that this would, help solve the problem. And then, I guess in terms of, it might be up to the city to figure out a way to communicate this kind of change. The trend is for more people biking and walking. I mean, that certainly is downtown. That's the way that lots of communities are going. So it might be a first painful step, but we have to figure out how to do it in the best possible way. But I think this is reasonable. I think it's legitimate and should be enforced where the city does in fact have real, legitimate bike lanes.
Can I retort?
Sure.
Thank you. Councilor, where I think I have an issue, and I think residents may, is someone lives on North Street in an area delineated by the same striping, the same bicycle symbol as the Merriam Ave folks. And the folks on North Street are ticketed, and folks on Merriam Ave aren't. And I could understand why, some folks might be upset about that. So, and again, that's my point about clarity, uniformity, and so we don't have hodgepodge enforcement, even if it's perception, which it will be. They'll say, well, I'm getting ticketed in North Leominster for parking, and I park at Merriam Ave with the same line, the same bicycle painted on the road, and we're not being ticketed. So that's my only point.
I would suggest, real quick, if we're going to pass any official bike lanes that have a $25 fine, that the city council sends out a letter to every single person that lives along the route, so there are no surprises later on. I doubt you'll have any bike lanes in Leominster, and that's what makes it sometimes unexplainable, because here you can go, and I counted on the right-hand side of Merriam today, I counted 4 cars. And as somebody that drives a bike, I'd be thrilled to be able to have a designated lane and occasionally have to pull out or go up into the sidewalk just to have that designated lane. And as I travel the state, as I said, since this became an issue, I can't imagine that some of those streets that have been by that have, they have official, signs, markings on the road. I can't imagine that they've passed ordinances. I think they just put the bike lane out there and they marked them and that's it. I don't think they've passed ordinances, and I don't think they're ticketing anybody. I don't, but that's what I'm going to find out for you. I will get back to you. I'll wrap it all up, put a bow on it for you, and next meeting you'll know exactly what's going on.
John?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. President.
That's okay. The issue I have is his word marked. So obviously, we have pavement markings on Merriam Ave. In the proposed ordinance, he uses the phrase designated and marked. No offense to our police department, they do a great job, but I remember when we changed our overnight parking ban in the winter. And
I was going to bring that up.
We've had a lot of issues with that over the years because sometimes it gets enforced a little in a wooden fashion when the storm is really over and the snow is cleared, but it's still, the ban is still in effect. I can envision, if this ordinance got passed in its form, that there could be tickets given by some officer on Merriam Avenue, and then we're going to have a whole nother can of worms. So if this is going to be done with respect to North Street in that section of Lindell Avenue in Merriam, where there is in fact an ordinance to support the fine, then this ordinance should say fines for those specific lanes only, as the chairman said. And I think that's too big of a change for this particular submittal.
Well, I think you already approved the right-of-way issues on those other projects.
Right, but
You already
so you
accepted
can, you could adopt fines for those, I think, but I think that the ordinance, the proposed ordinance needs to specify on those particular streets.
Yeah, I
Not
did go-
just in general throughout the city.
I think his petition from the traffic officer was to create some conversation amongst all of us, because we've been going back and forth for quite a while. I know he spoke to you, but we've been having these conversations, so we decided, he decided, and the chief decided, let's put a petition in. That's the best way to let people know that this is, we're having discussions about this, and, to bring it where it is today. I expected a whole lot. I expected no parking all of downtown, and the people from Merriam Ave would be here tonight, but I still don't think they know about it, so.
Okay. Councilor Arndinger?
Chairman, just a quick question. I'm still not clear that these sections of, Lindell Avenue and Merriam Avenue and North Street have been passed by an ordinance, have they?
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Some have.
I couldn't, the city clerk said she couldn't, or assistant city clerk said she couldn't find any ordinances.
I couldn't find any new ones that would entail Merriam Ave. There are some ordinances, Councilor Cormier found them the last time.
All right, I'll take that as good.
Usually when they come in and do these big projects, they come in with a whole layout and, right. No, in other words, right now, they're making more lanes in front of Dunkin' Donuts on Route 13. And it used to be custom. People would pull over in trucks, and people that couldn't fit in the parking lot or didn't want to wait would park right out front. Well, it's in the ordinance now. You can't park out in front of Dunkin' Donuts, and it's going to be enforced. It's now a lane. It's now a travel lane.
And the other question I have is, on Merriam Avenue, as you're coming from Pittsburgh, and you come to the traffic light, you have to literally go from this side of the road to the middle of the two lanes, so the same thing you do as you were passing a parked car in order to, wait in the bike lane at that red light.
Right,
And that's kind of it's like, wait a minute, it's not as good if there's a parked car, but here you're forcing the bicyclist to go out into the middle of the road. It's just contradictory. So I think this whole thing needs to be really, tabled or whatever. We really have to do a lot of research.
Let me get just to kind of bring this all together, let me use my resources at MassDOT to get the bicycle division to put something together for us. And it's winter time now. I know people still bike and everything, but we've got some time to work on this. And let me gather it all together. I'll get it all to Councilor Dombrowski, and we can go from there.
Let me go to any other councilors want to weigh in?
Yeah, I just want to, if I may, I just want to reiterate again. I know there's been talk about Lindell Ave and whatnot. There are two entries in 13-68.1. North Street, south side from Lunenburg Town Line to 100 feet west of Main Street. North Street, north side from 100 feet west of Main Street to Lunenburg Town Line. That's all that's in here.
Right.
That's all that has been accepted by the city council as an ordinance for a bike lane.
Right.
So if there's others, Lindell Ave or whatever, those should be in here too, because.
Yeah.
Lindell, the one at Lindell and Merriam is very small. I think they were anticipating us picking up from there moving forward, but I don't think it's a real small area.
So I just think that if we were going to pass what Officer Ramos has submitted, that's what I was trying to get at, was what Council Bonanza had said, is that they name specific streets that are bike lanes. I want to name specific streets where there's defined structure, so there's very clear. And that's why I don't want to vote on what we have. I'd rather get rid of it, because I think we got to start over again.
Okay. Any other counselor? I'll go to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council either in favor of or against this petition? Come on up, Mr. Prevost. And Nick, if you could just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Nick Prevost, 127 Spruce Street, and I think that just the current language of the ordinance change, I think is kind of confusing, and it's just, as Councilor Cormier brought up, there's a lot of things that are marked, there are a lot of lanes that are marked that aren't in official ordinance, and I just think that the current, I think the current way that the ordinance is set and what the changes proposed would do, I just think it would, I just think it would create more problems than would be fixed by it. And just one other thought, kind of anticipation and all this kind of progressing forward. Down on French Hill, if you put in a similar bike lane in the, like between the road and the sidewalk in the gutter area, you're going to be eliminating dozens and dozens of on-street parking that residents are, residents need. We're not, if you look on different areas of town that are more affluent, or, there's giant setbacks, you have driveways that are 15 cars long. You come down to my neck of the woods, and people are parking on the street, and they make arrangements around the snowstorms, but I think I have no problem with public transportation, getting people more active, cycling and stuff like that. But if you don't really research and look into this, you're going to be affecting a lot of working, middle class, blue collar people. And I just think that, again, I think Councilor Ardinger had said that, there's passing lanes, or, there's ways to incorporate cycling and biking. But if moving forward, if the council, I don't think, if you don't take that into account, I think you're going to be displacing a lot of people. But that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prevost. Is there any other member of the audience that wishes to address the council either in favor of or against this petition? Third and final time, does any member of the audience wish to address the council either in favor of or against this petition?
One more statement?
Why not? Go ahead. Just if you could just re-identify yourself, please.
Peter Delano again from Abbott Avenue. I don't disagree with pretty much what he said about we want to respect people's ability to park, but at the same time we want to increase safety. But what this ordinance is trying to do is just enact what's already a law at the state level. You cannot park in a bike lane. If there's an official bike lane, you cannot park there. If there's just markings on the road, it's kind of confusing, I agree, but those aren't official bike lanes. There's already an ordinance that spells out, these are the bike lanes. And so this is just to make it enforceable, the law that already exists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And one more time, is there any other member of the audience that wishes to address the council either in favor of or against this petition? Okay, I'll just do some quick subcommittee work. Sure. I think personally, obviously there's a need to get the information that the mayor wants to bring from the state level. I think personally, denying this petition is more of a harsh message that I would like to send. I would suggest that we table it, mainly so we can give the future chairman of legal affairs some grief that I've had to endure. But I would suggest that we table this for study and allow the mayor to come in with some information, and Officer Ramos as well. Councilor Zephyr, your feelings?
I agree with that. I think that's a smart way to go. But I also want to be very clear, for people in the public who might be watching this, this particular petition is not at all about creating new bicycle lanes. I mean, it's not. There's nothing in here about creating new bicycle lanes. And I just want to make sure that people understand that, because that's I think, misperception that, I've heard. So I'm fine, with tabling it. I think getting the information from Department of Transportation is a good idea, as well as giving Officer Ramos the opportunity to come down and explain why he thought this was important to submit.
And the third member, Councilor Cormier, your feelings?
Well, I like I said,
Softened.
I'll give it leave to withdraw, but it's going to, Officer Ramos is going to, once they figure out what they're going to do, they need to come down and they got to submit a new petition, because
most likely
I'm not passing it in the form it's in. And it's going to have very specific, it's going to have, if I'm going to pass, it's going to have very specific streets that are going to be designated where you're going to get a fine. It's going to coincide with that section that I just mentioned. So I just want to give it leave to withdraw, have them do what they need to do, and resubmit a new clean petition, because we have to have a new public hearing, because any changes are significant enough that you gotta start from scratch. It's all been advertised as it is, and if you change it, it's got to be re-advertised anyway. So
no, I respect that. So at this point, if I'm tabling this, I think I have to leave the public hearing open if the recommendation is to table.
That's correct.
So we'll just leave the public hearing open for now
All right.
and end tonight.
All right, so when we get to it on the agenda, the recommendation is table for study.
Recommendation would be table for study
Minority
with
report.
minority report, yep.
Okay, very well. We can move on to finance and the public hearing on C31.
okay, C-31, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, request that the annual tax classification public hearing be scheduled for December 13th, 2021. This is regarding, for the purpose of setting the annual factor used for fiscal year 2022. So I would invite the mayor back in, and I assume Mr. Dondero is here.
They all are.
Mr. Connor.
Bills and... All right, I'm going to, these gentlemen have done, and Jen done a remarkable job here. Jen and I sat down, and Bill, and went over this, and I think you can see from the presentation here, they've done a great job in the explanation. And the reason I like this is, when people get, we have a strange system. We set our tax rate now. We don't send out the bills till January or the end of December. But estimated bills are the ones that you get in September, or I guess August, and then in November. So it doesn't line up. So people will get their bill, and in their bill sometimes will be some of the makeup because they didn't know what the tax rate was going to be. So now you've got 2 quarters that you have to make up. So that all of these things that are circulating that don't seem to make any sense. But this is, I think, going to be very beneficial for you. After the first of the year, when people do get their bills and they start to go through them, it's not made easy, and it's not because of anybody that's sitting here. It's because of the way the system is set up. So at least you have a number of different breakdowns. They've looked back at 15 years on some of these comparisons, 10 years on some of them. They've done a really good job, and they break everything down for you. Keep this handy, because when the tax bills start to come out, people do have questions, and as always, the staff in the assessor's office is always there to help you. So,
thank you very much, Mayor. So my name is Bill Connor. I'm the assessor, and I'm joined by Rick Dondero, Jennifer Reddington, our comptroller, and the other assistant assessor is Christopher Reedy. I'd like to thank all of them for their help in getting to this point. So I'm going to be referencing this booklet. For those of you watching at home tonight, if you have access to a computer, please go to the home page at the city's website. Mouse over departments, city management, then assessor's office. There are a series of tabs along the left-hand side. one of which is labeled Tax Classification Booklets. If you select 2022, you will see what we are going over tonight.
Leominster-ma.gov, if somebody's going to the website.
So it's important to note that tonight, council is not setting the tax rate. Although we have a good idea what the tax rate will be, final submissions need to be entered to the Massachusetts Department of Local Services for approval. Tonight, the council is deciding to shift the tax burden or not. There are 4 ways to shift the tax burden tonight. The main one we're going to be focusing on is classification, which is a split or a single tax rate. The other ones are small commercial exemption, which shifts the burden between the commercial industrial portion. The residential exemption shifts the burden within the residential portion, and the open space discount shifts the burden to residential class with no effect on the commercial industrial. So at this point, we like to give a brief overview of how the values have changed from fiscal 21 to 22. And then it's important to note, and the mayor referenced this, that the effective date of the assessment that will appear on your January 1 bill is January 1, 2021, which means your assessment is 1 year old by the time you receive your tax bill. So if you turn to page 19 in your classification booklet, I'll reference a few numbers here that you will see that the total valuation of the city increased from $4,315,395,892 to $4,876,293,479. This year, the tax levy, we estimate to have increased from $78,238,127 to $80,760,099, which will bring us to excess levy capacity of $6,166,734. Now, if you please go back to page 12. You'll have a thorough summary of the adjustments, and the assessed value change percentages are in the column on the far right. For example, the value of single-family class increased about 12.9%. The value of condominium class increased about 12.4%, and apartments were the big winner, and they increased 38.5%. The overall commercial value decreased about 0.5%, and the industrial value overall increased about 9%. So now, we are, at this point, the assessors, we're looking at a good amount of arm's length sales that we're using for the fiscal 2023 assessment valuations. On page 20 of your classification booklet, you will see our new growth submission. That was approved at $76,910,441, which translates into $1,394,386 of tax levy growth. That was made up of 13 new single-family homes, new personal property accounts, new apartment buildings at Brooks Pond, 11 new condo units, and various additions and remodels throughout the city. With our new growth amount approved, we can estimate the new levy amount. And with our new approved assessed values, we can calculate the tax rate. So it's a very simple formula. We take our new levy amount of $80,760,099 and divide it by our assessed value of the city, which is $4,876,293.479. Sorry.
You're going to start your regular meeting?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mr. O'Connor, if you'd excuse us, we're going to commence our regular meeting, and then we'll go into recess, and we'll let you continue. You join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Now we'll take a roll call of the councilors in attendance, starting with Councilor Dombrowski.
Present.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Present.
Councilor Brady.
Present.
Councilor Angelini.
Present.
Councilor Arndinger.
Present.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Present.
Councilor David Cormier.
Present.
I shall be recorded as present. We have 8 councilors in attendance. Does the chairman of records have a report?
Yes, Mr. President, I've reviewed the minutes for November 22nd, 2021, and find them to be in order and ask that they be placed on file.
Very well, that may be done. I'll entertain a motion to recess. Councilor Cormier, Councilor Shalfo Zephyr, second. All in favor, please recognize in the usual manner. We are in recess. You can continue, Mr. O'Connor.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll get back to the calculation of the tax rate. Again, we're going to divide our new levy amount of $80,760,099, divide that by $4,876,293,479, and that'll give us an answer of .01656 or $16.56 per thousand. So the new tax rate would be $16.56. The tax classification law allows City Council, with mayor's approval, to increase the commercial, industrial, and personal property share of the city's tax base up to a maximum of 150% of current market value. When we talk about splitting the tax rate or adopting classification, we are determining how much of the burden you would shift from residential onto commercial, industrial, and personal property. Pages 27 and 28 show the impact of the tax rates. Because 81% of the community is residential and 19% is commercial industrial, you have to shift the burden heavily onto the commercial, industrial, and personal property in order to save the residential class anything significant. See page 29.
So that's almost a 4-to-1 proposition. So to get $1 savings to the residential taxpayer, you're going to have to go up almost 4 times, roughly, on the commercial industrial base.
For every dollar you reduce the residential rate, you will increase the CIP rate by $4.23.
There you go. So the notion is that if you want to increase your commercial and industrial base, which every community wants to for balance, that it's going to be self-defeating because you're going to tax them so heavily, they're not going to want to invest or locate here.
That's been the theory. It's worked so far.
Yeah.
So on page 36, you can see how it affects the average tax bills should the council decide to vote on a single tax rate. So what we are predicting right now is that a residential tax bill will increase $160. The average single-family tax bill will be $5,404. The average industrial tax bill will be reduced $86 to $12,489. And the average commercial tax bill will be reduced $1,332 to an average of $14,959.
And again, that is based on value. They don't, they have to place value. It's based on 1 year ago, and that's the system we have. And a couple of years ago, I think industrial or commercial went up, and so the residential tax bills actually went down, because the values didn't keep. We know what's happened in the last year with values. So there's no way to artificially move that around based on what property is actually worth. This is sort of a natural process, kind of like the Consumer Price Index. This just naturally happens, and the only way you can change that is to shift the burden, which would be, as you said, $4.20. Counterproductive.
Yeah. So although the tax rate's going down, the values have gone up to the point where it's going to shift. It's going to be a small increase to the average residential taxpayer.
Yes, relatively speaking, and comparable to years past, it's a smaller increase than years past.
If you took from 2007, and I'm talking about just the average tax bill, from 2007 to 2022, and now it's $5,504. It's roughly, if you added them all up and divided it by 15, that's a 15-year?
Yeah.
It's $166.
Yeah. So you're going to recommend that we vote ultimately on 4 items, right?
Yes. generally, we were just focusing on the
Right.
shift. The other three, I think in the past, if there was no vote, then they were just considered no.
Okay.
It's a factor of one.
The factor of one is what we are voting on tonight, yes.
Okay.
So there are 4 options to consider for the classification hearing, but generally we focus on the residential factor. The residential factor established by the Commissioner of Revenue is used to make certain that the shift of the property tax burden complies with the law. Choosing a factor of less than 1 results increasing the share of the property tax levy raised by commercial, industrial, and personal property classes, and decreasing the share of property tax level by the residential class. If the minimum residential factor would be less than 0.65, the community cannot make the maximum shift and must use a CIP factor less than 1.5. So that's where we end up. If you have any questions now.
I just want to say thank you as usual for putting together, this booklet. It's very, very detailed. And I know that, people are never happy when they get their tax bill and see an increase, on January 3rd. We always get a call, or at least I do. I get a call or two.
That's all?
But I send them to you.
Come set up in my
I send them to
office.
you. But I think it's a little bit of an easier pill to swallow when we're in the times we're in now, because as you mentioned, you're looking 1 year in the rearview mirror. So people are getting a tax bill that's reflecting the value of January 1, 2020. And we all know what property has done over the past year. So they look at the value and say, wow, maybe that's not too bad, because my house is worth a little more than that right now. It's really ugly when we start going the other way, which I'm sure is going to come eventually. It always does. When you're valuing someone's property at $400,000 and they're saying, there's no way I could get that for this house right now, that's when it gets really ugly. But I just want to thank you all, too, for every time I send somebody to your office, you do a very good job at explaining to them, why they arrived at that tax bill, and, you articulate that very well. They've never come back to me when I've sent them up to speak to you about their bill. And I think another thing that's very important for the public to understand is, people hear, Proposition 2.5, and sometimes some people's tax bills go up, 4.5%, 5%. Page 4, it says right here, the levy limit affects the total amount of taxes to be raised by a city or town. It does not apply to an individual tax bill. The levy limit can be increased by 2.5% each year as long as the levy does not exceed 2.5% of the full cash value of all property. So I think another thing that people don't understand is that it's not their individual tax bill. It's 2.5% across the city is what we can go up. And everybody's bill could be, as you explained, more or less depending on what the values have done in different sectors of the market. So
there's a misconception, I think, sometimes, or very often, and again, this is it's not made to be understandable or easy. It isn't. But I think the misconception is because the values went up, that the city's taking in that much more money. The values have shifted. Some went up higher than the others. You heard apartments went up higher than a residential home, but on the commercial industrial, so it's shifting, the pie is moving around. Now, if you didn't lower the tax rate from where it was, as you see in the diagram, then the city would be taking in money. All we're here, I think, tonight talking about is it's pretty much, these are the values. Some things went up, some stayed the same, and some went down. And you can't control that, nor I. And so by setting the tax rate, it's just keeping on the surface of the water and changing the values. Because people say, well, you took in all this money. The house used to get taxed for $300,000 now. Before, it's now $400,000. So you took in that money, and then there's 15,000 properties in town. You guys cleaned up when we didn't. It just shifted.
Right.
I'm saying this so that you can explain it as well, because it does get complicated. So as a result of this, the only new money that the city takes in is a result of new growth. If you put an addition on your house, if you build a house, a factory put an addition on, or did some other work, that's the only place that we realize any kind of revenue and the Prop 2.5 increase. Other than that, this is just a redistribution that we do every year because things change.
Bill, of the 6.6 million of excess levy capacity, how much of that is over and above the 2.5 that we have for this current fiscal year?
We've done nothing over and above the 2.5.
No, I know, but we have excess levy
Yes.
capacity we haven't used in the
If you added
past,
it all
right?
up, what it would mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be part of that $6.6 million number, right?
So the average,
It's bigger than that.
Jen, do you want to speak to that?
The 6.6 or $6 million actually increased a little bit this year. We put a little more went to the excess levy capacity because there was a little bit more new growth this year. So the tax, like the other portion, isn't going to go up the whole
2.5%.
Right. And in the past, years ago, there were times when we didn't use 2.5, we didn't use our whole 2.5.
If you added it all up and compounded it, what
Yeah.
we could have taken in, it's tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure,
don't remember
over the
total
course of
number.
time.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 53,306,74.
So what, we will not use the whole 2.5 levy capacity this year, and we will literally add to the excess levy capacity to some fraction of that 2.5?
Exactly,
So
yes.
in the future, I mean, not that, you could raise taxes over the 2.5% because you have the excess levy capacity.
Bill, just for the heck of it, how many communities in the Commonwealth, if you know, or have any idea, have an excess levy capacity of that kind of money?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's very few.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Not to mention, there are communities almost to the top of 2.5, where they, pretty soon, a couple more years, they're not going to be able to raise taxes at all
Right.
because they're maxed out.
When you get to $25.
Hit the wall.
Right, and we're not even close to that.
Everett's in trouble.
Okay.
Don't say that.
I will,
He's going to call me first thing tomorrow.
I'm going to ask members of finance, beginning with Councilor Cormier, if they have any questions or comments.
No, I'm good. Thank
Okay,
you.
Councilor Angelini.
I'm fine for now as well, Mr. Chairman.
Any
Thank
other
you.
members of the city council before I go to the public? Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
Yep, thank you. I just want to just clarify one thing. It was very helpful, Mr. Connors, when you went through when you did the equation, because the actual tax levy, which is really the city's budget, right? That number, the 80.7 million, that's the city's budget. And then the $4,876,000,000 number, which is the total value of everything in town.
Right.
That's the total valuation. So the $16 plus tax rate is a function of the city's budget divided by the total value. So that's how the city arrives at that. I think it's important for people to understand that the two factors are not only the values, but the city's budget.
Yes, and I really appreciate all of your comments tonight and bringing these questions forward because it's very confusing, and I don't expect people to really get a good grasp of it. But if I would like to take the opportunity to thank my staff, because if you come to us and ask us any of these questions anytime, they're not going to let you leave without an understanding. So Rick, Chris, Reedy, and working with Jen this year was just fantastic. And, we get to this point like clockwork every year. And, if we have an opportunity to explain how we do that, we love it.
Well, I just want to reiterate, I think somebody said earlier, the fantastic job that you have all done, because the detail that's in here, I mean, I really don't have any questions. I just wanted to clarify that one thing. But because the questions have already, you've already laid it all out in such detail that I really don't need any more information. I don't have anything that is not clear.
Great.
Thank you.
And the only other thing I had was that, some of this also came from, trying to budget conservatively. Everybody, did a really good job this year in the budget process and trying to budget conservatively. We talked about over and over how there were no capital items in the budget. So that's also why it didn't go up all the way to the 2.5%. So, it's not a precedent that we're setting. It's just we're trying to use the city's money the best way possible, by utilizing grant money instead of, raising tax dollars. So it's just, thought process of trying to use funds the best way we can.
Councilor Angelini, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just really want to make an observation because that I personally sort of witnessed this year. I think sometimes market forces are what drive valuation, right? So But I think there are occasions when actions that we take in these chambers have an impact. And I'll give you a case in point. The marijuana legislation that was passed, which targets those facilities in the industrial zone. I know that a friend of mine and myself went around looking for industrial property, and the prices had gone up significantly, and one of the reasons that everyone sort of echoed was because of this demand from the marijuana industry and some of the prices they're willing to pay to get on the ground here in Leominster. So I just want everybody to be aware. I think that it is beyond our control, but occasionally things that we do here will impact different sectors, either industrial, residential. In this case, it definitely impacted the industrial property values, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And what was warehouse space at one time, you have new tenants coming in, not just the marijuana industry, but other businesses are coming in, and they're paying more per square foot than we did in the old days when it was just a seasonal business for a lot of people. They needed extra warehouse space, so they rented a warehouse for a couple of years, and then they moved out maybe later on, and maybe they rented the space later. But you've got more life science businesses coming in. You've got a variety of other businesses that are coming in. They're paying more for that space. And then and you can, obviously, all you have to do is follow either the Worcester Business Journal or anything at the Registry of Deeds to see what apartment buildings are selling for in the city. You can't control the fact that somebody paid $450,000 for, a house on French Hill. It's an apartment house. Or what somebody paid for an industrial building at Tech Park or Industrial Road. None of us can control that. Or downtown where some of these buildings are selling for, 2.4, 3.1. I mean, I can't control that. But when people get their tax bill, listen, we're all just, I would like, the answer a lot of times is, yeah, but I'm not selling my house. And I've been in my house, I've been here my whole life, I'm retired. And there lies the real issue with somebody who retired at 65 or 66, and now they're 80, and they're trying to remain in their family home. And they get the tax bill, and all of this is understandable, except for the fact that it becomes more and more difficult for them to stay in their home. And maybe their house maybe they purchased their house for $80,000, and now it's worth $400,000. Well, that's great, but they're not selling their house. So those are the things we all have to be sensitive to. And there's some, obviously, if people are concerned, they can come to us, and I can't tell you how many. We have so many more veterans in town who qualify for exemptions that haven't applied for them. And if we could just raise the awareness just on that one issue, but there are other exemptions for elderly, disabled, whatever it might be. That's why there's nobody better to speak to than, and it's not like you're passing it off, you're passing the buck. It's just, this is the team that really knows every little single piece of this thing and all the Mass Department of Revenue standards and how it applies, and it's just really convoluted and not meant to be understandable, but they'll break it all down for you. And I mean, a lot that was a non-conforming lot that was probably worth about $20,000. If it's got water and sewer right now, it's probably worth, I don't know, $120,000 or $100,000 for a lot that was predated zoning in Leominster. Imagine getting a tax bill on that. So send them, they'll be glad to answer that. So hopefully we made this a little more understandable.
Any other city councilor have any question or comment? Seeing none, I'm going to now go to the public. Does anybody from the public would like to speak on C-31 in favor? Please step to the microphone. Once again, if anybody else would like to speak in favor of C-31, please step to the microphone. For the third time, if anybody would like to speak in favor of C-31, please step to the microphone. Would anybody like to speak against C-31? Once again, would anybody like to speak against C-31? For the third and final time, would anybody from the public like to speak against C-31? Seeing none. If there's nothing else from the council or any of you, we good? I'll declare this public hearing closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Only one year did I see somebody get up to the microphone and speak to have the tax bill off.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much.
Councilor Pauline Cormier, you prepared to go forward on 19-22.
You're great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. 19-22, Massachusetts Electric Company doing business as National Grid and Verizon New England. Request permission to locate poles, wires, and fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across the following public way. Low Street, National Grid to install one JO pole on Low Street beginning at a point approximately 26 feet north of the center line of the intersection of Pleasant Street, installing a new pole, number 2-84, to support pole number 2, and remove the tree guy. Customer wants to remove a tree. Wherefore, it prays that after due notice and hearing is provided by law, it be granted a location for and permission to erect and maintain poles and wires together with such sustaining and protecting fixtures as it may find necessary. Said poles to be erected substantially in accordance with the plan filed herewith, marked Low Street, Leominster, Massachusetts. Also, for permission to lay and maintain underground laterals, cables, and wires in the above or intersecting public ways for purpose of making connections with such poles and buildings as each of said petitioners may desire for distributing purposes. Your petitioner agrees to reserve space for one cross arm at a suitable point on each side of said poles for the fire, police, telephone, and telegraph signal wires belonging to the municipality and used by it exclusively for municipal purposes. Is there anyone here from National Grid or Verizon New England? Sir, could you come up to the podium? Could you just introduce yourself?
Silmar Garcia with National Grid.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Silmar Garcia.
And you're with National Grid?
Correct.
Can you explain to us a little bit about this proposal?
So currently, the owner of 25 Lowell Street has is guying pole 2 with a tree guy, and she wants the tree guy removed. So National Grid's proposing a stub guy in front of her property, but on the right-of-way of Lowell Street to guy pole 2.
And is that that's the only reason for the move? The landowner wants to move the tree?
Yeah, so she doesn't want the span guy to the tree guy on her property anymore.
Okay. And is this going to affect any other property owners in the area?
No.
Is this going to add the ability for anyone else to attach to these poles or anything?
No.
So there's no additional neighbors, no one else is going to use these? This is just merely to get the tree guy off of her tree?
Correct.
Okay. If I may, I believe Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr, you're on this committee as well. Do you have any questions? And I'll open it up to the rest of the council if there's anyone that has any questions for National Grid. Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, did you?
No, I think there may be members of the public that want to address this, so
Okay.
when you open it up.
Mr. Garcia, thank you. And if you wouldn't mind just staying for a few minutes if there's any questions that you might be able to help us with?
Of course, yep.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition? For a second time, is there any member of the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition? And for a third time, is there any member of the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition? Seeing none, is there any member of the public that wishes to speak in opposition?
Joyce Goslin at 25 Low Street. The tree pole that is in the effect, it's dying. It's rotting on the bottom and the top. So I just contacted National Grid to get the guy wires off the tree so that I could have it cut, because if the tree fell, it's going to pull the pole that's across the street down. And I keep asking, what is the purpose of having the guy wires to attached to the pole across the street? Because the pole across the street is actually leaning into the street this way. My guy wires are on the other side of the street, and they're across. So it's not holding this pole upright. If it goes, it's coming down into the street anyway. So the thing is, I'd like to cut the tree down, but they want to put in, like I said, they put a couple stakes in the ground, which are probably a foot off the road. And I don't know if anyone's familiar with Low Street at all, but there's, I have a blind driveway to begin with, and if you look down Low Street, you can't really see around the corner someone coming up. And if this pole goes in, it's actually going to be visually impeding the blind driveway more. And the other issue is that we've been there for about 50 years, and people coming down Low Street in the wintertime have crashed into that exact site several times over the years, and into the stone wall on my other side of my driveway. So it's a dangerous area to be putting it in. But I still, like I said, I've asked several times, it says it's supposed to be to support pole number 2, but I don't understand how it's supporting a pole that's leaning into the road, and it's going to be stretching across the road for the guy wires. That's all. And if anybody, is interested and you haven't seen the area, come on down and park in my driveway, check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goslin. Perhaps if it's okay, Mr. President.
Let's see if we can get an answer.
Can we get an answer to that, Mr. Garcia?
So I don't know why pole 2 is leaning towards the road, but the purpose of the pole guide is to guide the pole. So the way it's set up, it's like, there's 3 poles, 1 pole, 2 pole, 3 pole. This pole 2, these 2 poles are tensioning the pole that way. So we need the stub guide to pull the pole this way to counteract the tension. I do see her concern with the pole being right next to your driveway, but maybe you could put like some sort of sign, blind driveway. I've seen those a lot, or some sort of reflectors or something that could help with that. But the purpose for the stub pole is to guide the pole. For the reason pole 2 is leaning towards the road, that's just the purpose of the pole guide is not to make it go towards directly to the road. If anything, it will prevent it from going to the road. Did that answer your question?
The guy wires are sagging now. What's it gonna do?
It's just we have to guide. Whenever we get asked to get rid of these tree guys, we have to find a way to guide what it was previously guided by with the tree guy.
But it's not doing it.
Sir, has somebody been out there from National Grid to re-engineer this, so to speak, and look at that?
Yeah, so someone from National Grid should have gone out there. I wasn't out there personally, but someone should be out there to look at the pole.
So when you have a situation like this, you must have an engineering department?
Correct, yeah.
That looks at it, and has that person been in communication with you?
With me personally, no.
Yeah. So you're just assuming that someone did that work and that, in fact, they concluded that the guy wire is still necessary despite the observations that the landowner is reporting to us?
Well, I'm an engineer myself, the designer too, so there is an angle on the road. So the pole itself, it does need guy-in, regardless if it's leaning towards the road or not.
Is there any other way to establish
some sort of guiding?
Another pole that is less objectionable to the landowner?
Well, this is the pole that's causing the angle, so no.
Okay.
But I still don't understand. If you've got this pole across the street leaning this way, my tree is here, you're adding to, how is this supporting this from not falling down.
Well, that's not the purpose of the support.
Well, that's what it says, well,
No, it's supporting the pole from not falling to the right, because if it's tension,
To the
if
right.
there's two poles, one north and south of it, they're both tension, the wires are tensioning going to the right side. So then the pole on the left side is tensioning to go back on the other side. So it's, how do you say, it's canceling out the tension from the two poles, start tensioning to the right side. I mean, it's easier if you have,
I don't know if they can see that, but this is the pole on the opposite side of the street that has the wires, and there's a pole down here
Yep,
and a
and one
pole
pole
up
in-
here.
correct.
And then my tree is back here, which I want to cut because the guy was, it's rotting.
Yep.
And so they want to put the pole here. But how are guide wires preventing this, supporting this from not falling into the road?
so, I mean, I can draw on yours, but,
Oh, okay.
I mean, is it all right for me to show her? Is it-
Sure, go ahead.
So-
We hopefully we can get some kind of a
Technically, I mean, this,
peace summit
there's
here.
no poles here, but technically, if there's a pole here, a pole here, and a pole here, there's tension going this way and this way. So to cancel out this tension, you need tension going that way. So although the pole's leaning towards the road, it shouldn't be, but we still need a support for the tension going up on the opposite sides.
But where is my,
This is your driveway, 25 Lowell Street. This is the pole that we're proposing,
right,
right? This is the pole too.
but there's a pole at the
Yep,
corner and
the
there's a pole up here.
Exactly, so although the
But
angle is
even-
not showing, it does cause an angle big enough for us to require support across the street. That's why initially there was this tree guy to tension out, to cancel out the tension going from the other two poles, from pole.
But shouldn't the guy wires be on this side to keep the pole from falling into the road?
Again, the pole, it shouldn't be leaning towards the street. The way that it's set up right now.
But it is.
I understand that, but the
Yeah.
way it's set up right now, there's angles that are tensioning the pole.
The other two here.
Yes,
So
sir.
it's almost like a little triangle.
Yeah, so it's tensioning away from the street. So what we're doing is tensioning the pole so it doesn't fall off the street, but it stays on the street. I do understand that your pole, but pole 2 is also being replaced if that's what the petition's for as well, if you're aware. So
Well,
pole 2
yeah,
will
I
be
know.
straight, there won't be leaning anymore. And this pole here is going to be supporting this pole.
So this is pole number 2?
Yes, that one's also being replaced.
Oh, I didn't understand that. That was on the petition?
That's in the petition as well.
Where is that? It's just that the new pole is the one you want to put by my road, by this.
Because the petition's for a new pole.
Right, but not, this pole isn't being replaced.
So the petitions
Over
don't
here.
show what's the additional work that we're doing. So the petition is for the new pole, but as National Grid, we're also going to be replacing pole 2. So the pole 2 is not
Oh,
going to.
okay, because it doesn't say that.
Yeah, because the petition, it won't show what's not new, what's existing. Sorry, I should have clarified that from the beginning.
Mr. Garza, can you just clarify that for us, please, so that
Yeah, so the petition only shows the pole installation of the stub pole across the street, but National Grid is also going to be replacing pole 2. So the leaning pole that she's talking about won't be an issue anymore. So we will need the guy to keep that pole straight.
Okay. And Ms. Gosselin, do you understand his explanation a little bit better now?
If the other pole is being replaced, yes, because then the pole will be straight on the street. But
Okay.
that didn't say that in here as far as I could read.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Angelini?
Yeah, Mr. Garcia, when National Grid places these guy wires on private property, do you have an easement for that, or you just?
We should have easements for these, but some of these were put on, 50, 40 years ago when maybe they didn't have easements for them back then. But when we do need to make any adjustments, we do require easements, or we try to keep off private property. That's why we're installing this pole outside her property on the public way.
And there's no way you can re-engineer it so that it doesn't interfere with their line of sight? As far as getting out of a driveway safely?
Well, just, I did go down to Registry of Deeds. I went to the assessor's office because I wasn't sure if the guy wires that were on the tree in my yard were on my yard or on the public property. And it is my tree. But then I went up to the assessor's office, Registry of Deeds rather, and they looked back to all the previous owners. There was never an assessment, an easement for those particular, but it was in 1930s that was put in, and it was farmland. So they probably just lopped off the top of the tree, took off the bottoms, and attached the things. But she did want to put a new pole on my property, which is going to be even further back, and I didn't want to do that easement, because I'd have to be doing the easement in order to get it in there.
Oh, I see.
So then she said, well, we'll move it, out, but if it needs to be there, then I guess it needs to be there.
I mean, I'm just concerned about the statement that you made about how it's impairing your ability to get a clean.
Well, come down my driveway, stand in my driveway and see because even now, when I go out, the curb on the top of the hill is coming around. So I have it lined up the top, and when going down, Pleasant Street is right at the bottom, and those people come around, they come whipping around, and I could be halfway out. I haven't had an accident yet, so I guess somebody's looking over me.
Being careful.
Yeah. But, I do it slowly but sometimes they're halfway up the hill and I'm halfway out because I look, and by the time you look, and there's a lot of brush along that from the corner up, and I've tried cutting it back, but there's a stone wall there, so you can only cut so far, but in the summertime, it gets high and bushy. So that's another area, but other than that.
So, all right, thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
If I may. Mrs. Goslin, I don't know if this is possible, and, it's something I have to ask a question about in further detail. In some places where they have blind corners, the DPW, I think, has put up these mirrors that you can see. Would that help you get out of your driveway if that was possible?
It would, and if I had a blind driveway sign.
The sign, yeah.
But it's, people, there's a development up ahead and up above and stuff.
Maybe we can talk to your ward counselor and see if we can't do something.
Excuse me, Counselor. I just wanted to address that quick because I had a citizen, a constituent last week. Those convex mirrors are now illegal.
Are they really?
Yeah, it distorted the site, so the DPW says they don't put them up anymore, and they can't put them up.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm sure we could get a sign.
Yeah. And the other thing, Mr. Gonzalez, is, you say you're going to put the, pole 2 and make it straight, which is great. As a matter of communication, when this comes down again, let's with something like this, it may help if it's not part of your petition, but it may help if you had that in your diagram and mentioned that was going to be straight, and that probably would have alleviated a lot of Mrs. Goslin's questions right off the bat. So just a comment.
No, I agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, I'll let the engineer know that, the engineer that actually did design the job should have let her know when she mentioned that the pole's not going to be that wasn't going to be on property, that the pole 2 was also going to be replaced as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Does anyone else have any other questions?
I have a question. Yeah. Is this, Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, I have a quick question. Is this time sensitive? I mean, if we said, geez, come back to us with the full plan that includes that other pole that you said is going to be fixed but isn't represented here on the plan. I mean, can you come back with a new petition that includes that full plan?
Well, the petition isn't it's not a new pole, so there wouldn't be a need for a petition.
Oh, I see.
It's an existing pole that's just being replaced, so they wouldn't show on the petition itself.
Okay, all right, got it. Thanks.
Any other member of the council? Back to the audience, is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak either in favor of or against this petition?
Hello, my name is Mario Burnell, 319 Pleasant Street. I'm on the corner of Low Street and Pleasant Street. I'm not exactly sure where this pole is going to be going. The letter that was mailed to me is very vague. It says 26 feet from the center line. So my frontage on Lowell Street is about maybe 60 feet. I'm concerned that this pole is going to go on my lawn because there is no sidewalk there. So I need more clarification of what their plans are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, yes.
So you're the owner of 319 Pleasant Street, correct?
That's correct.
So pole 284, which is a new stub pole, it won't be on your property. It will be outside both properties on the, like in the corner where they meet in the public right of way. So it won't be anywhere near your lawn,
So it's going to be on the border of Joyce's property and my property.
but on the public way.
Hey, good stakes here.
Come up to my driveway and see.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I guess because you're on a butter
Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be like almost in the woods area
Yeah.
in between the properties.
In between the properties in the back.
It's almost in the street.
It's almost in the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, that concerns me as well too, though. Is there?
But it's by my driveway. It's back by
Okay. And there's just going to be, there's no new poles coming in. It's just going to be that one pole being replaced.
No, there's one pole that's being replaced. That's on the other side of the street,
Yep.
and there's gonna be a new pole
On our side of the street.
on your side of the street, correct?
But it's, see, here's my driveway here. It's way up here by my driveway. And then this is the pole he's gonna replace because it's leaning. So you're down here.
Yeah, but I also have a second driveway. That's my second driveway.
It's still gonna be away from it.
This, come and see, the stakes are there.
The stake should be in the ground for the pole.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, I just want to know where the pole was going, because 26 feet, it doesn't make any sense. It's over 60 feet from the center line of
Yeah.
Pleasant Street and Lowell Street, so if this was more clear, I wouldn't have probably even be in this meeting.
Okay. I do apologize for the 26 feet.
No, 26 feet is my property.
Yeah, it doesn't even come to your second driveway.
Yeah, it's going past my second driveway. Yeah, I'd like more clarification.
Like,
I mean, I'd like the measurements correct.
okay, I mean, for the petition, I could get those measurements correct, because it shouldn't be 26 feet, it should be
Yeah,
less.
You should have a surveyor or something.
Yeah, I know. I do agree with you that 26 would probably go on your property or too close to your property.
26 would be right on my lawn, because there's no sidewalk there.
Okay.
Okay, if we can,
Yeah. It'd be on my lawn.
let's bring this back in. Mr. Garcia, if we were to give this a little more time, do you think we can correct the distance and maybe get a more detailed extraction of what you're going to do and where it's going to be located?
I believe so. I mean, the distance seems a little bit off.
Okay. So as Councilor Shalafo-Zephyr asked earlier, so this isn't a time crunch. This isn't something that needs to get done right away, correct?
Correct. I mean, the property owner is the one that requested the tree to be removed.
Unless my tree falls down in the meantime, that's
So it's
all.
her request for us to go out there and start off this issue.
Because I can't cut it down until the guy wires are off.
Okay.
That was the only thing that I wanted done, and it just, this has been since March.
Mrs. Goslin, can I ask you a question as,
It's not his fault, because the engineer was out. He's just the spokesman.
Mrs. Goslin, can I ask you a question as your ward counselor? Do you want us to pass this tonight, or do you want us to give it further time?
Whatever, I mean, I want Mario's,
I would leave it up to you.
Yeah.
I would honestly leave it to you.
I mean, I understand you have competing concerns here. One, you want to get your tree down, but two, you want to make sure that you've got some clarification, fortunately, this evening.
right.
Do you have enough? Because I'm going to ask you pointedly, do you want us to pass it, or do you want us to further time the petition?
No, because, you know, Mr. Garcia answered, but like I said, the way the petition was written up.
I understand why you were confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully we've shed some light on that.
I would like to get the guy wires off.
So you want us to pass it?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
And I can cut my tree down.
And you have, and the other gentleman, you have a affirmative suggestion from National Grid that this 26 feet isn't anywhere near where this pole is actually
As
going to
long
go.
as it's accurate of what he's saying, and if I could possibly get that in writing, where the pole's gonna go, I don't want it to get passed with the memo we got saying 26 feet.
Any way to give us an amendment to this petition this evening, sir?
That's not something I could agree on, but if, like she said, the stake is out there already where the pole will be located, and as they said, it's outside of your property. And
As long as Joyce is fine with it, it's not gonna interfere too much with her being able to get out the back
Yeah.
the driveway, then I'm okay with it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the third and final time, is there any other member of the audience who'd like to either speak in favor of or against this petition? Hearing none, Mr. President, I would ask that we close the public hearing.
Very well, that may be done. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody, for your cooperation in that. We now have some interviews scheduled for 6:48 originally, and I'll turn those over to the second member of Ways and Means, Councilor Dabrowski.
Yes, Mr. President, I think we can do the next two in block.
All right.
Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the appointment of David Brockelman of 693 Brockelman Road, Lancaster, to the Office of Emergency Management. And Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the appointment of Cynthia Brockelman of 693 Brockelman Road, Lancaster, to the Office of Emergency Management. Are David and Cynthia present? I believe they are. You want to come on in for a moment?
Where do you want us?
Right inside.
Right inside.
Yeah. So this is more of an opportunity for the public to become familiar with various people that are volunteering in the town, which is really the reason for the interviews. But if you could just, maybe starting with you, Cynthia, just, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you wanted to volunteer for emergency management.
Well, David and I are both recently retired. And, we would just like to have a chance to give back and help others. Since we still have, we have some spare time now, so it just makes us feel good to help other people.
Okay, that's fair enough. And Mr. Brockman, anything to add to that?
No, like I said, instead of sitting at home watching TV, I think I can do something good for somebody. I do the cafe on a Saturday morning, help out with them, the breakfast and stuff. I enjoy it. It's just to help out. Like I said, I've always worked, and I just enjoy doing something different.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Councilor David Cormier, anything to ask or any comments?
I just want to thank you for volunteering your time. We appreciate it very, very much.
Oh, you're welcome. We're enjoying it, too.
Good, good.
And does any other member of the council have any questions or comments for the Brockmans? Mr. Brady, Councilor Brady?
I had the distinct pleasure of seeing these wonderful people in costume the other night. They went around Christmas caroling to the homeless shelters and some nursing homes. And Cindy Lou Who, I believe, is your character. The Grinch was driving. It brought a lot of cheer to a lot of people. And I want to thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you. We enjoyed that. And thank you for your hospitality.
Any other councilors? Okay, seeing none, thank you both very much. It's greatly appreciated, more than you know. Thank you. Moving on.
I don't think we need a formal interview of Councilor Angelini, right?
I don't.
Anybody has any questions, they can ask them at the appropriate time. So that being said, we'll move on to the public hearing scheduled at 6:51, and that's back to you, Councilor Dombrowski.
Okay, this is petition 17-22, Elvis Velez of Viper Realty Corp. Request a flammable liquids license for 48,000 gallons of cooking oil, Class 3B at 645 Lancaster Street. Mr. Velez, you present? Good to see you. Thank you for your patience. And I would ask, is it Mr. Stevens from the,
He's here,
yeah, Mr. Stevens here? And the Chief Sidlow? Yes. You guys want to come in as well? All right, why don't we start? Mr. Velez, why don't you introduce yourself and the members of your group, and give us a quick overview of what you're doing and what you want from us.
All right. Again, my name is Elvis Velez. I am the president of DJV Oil Recycle. My partner is Carlos Jimenez, and we envision to be able, to receive the news that, our project is approved today. We are building a business. Right now we have over 500 customers. We are growing. We want to be able to go from one level to another, basically to be able to complete the whole process of refining and cleaning oil.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
And can you just, why don't you tell us the hours of operation and give us an idea of truck traffic, deliveries, and trucks coming in and trucks leaving?
Yes, basically we work from 7 a.m. To 6 p.m. But the driver, they can come, sometime 8 in the morning to load the truck like 6 inside, because we have a big door. We turn it on. They go for the whole day, and in the whole plant we only have one person working. In reality, 2 persons: the secretary and Carlos Jimenez. So there is not a lot of movement during the day there. When they come back, like from 4:30 to 6 p.m. around, they come 2-3 trucks, they unload it, they park, and that's it until the next day. Everything is done inside the building. Twice a week, we have a 7,000 to 10,000 tank truck that park over there. They come and get the oil that we process from our location.
Okay.
In reality, it's something really, really simple.
My understanding, Mr. Velez, is you're getting used cooking oil from restaurants.
Yes.
And you're separating the solid waste from the usable oil.
Exactly.
And then you're reselling the usable oil as heating oil.
Yes.
So what are you doing with that solid waste? Where is that being separated, and then what are you doing with the actual solid waste?
We've been doing this for more than almost 4 years already. And before we brought it to air sources, they closed down like 2 years ago. After that, we bring it to Wareham, 6 Tony Street in, I forget, Tony Lane in Wareham. We bring it every single week, every Friday. We have received for more than 2 years, the waste, the solid, everything is go to that location.
And the actual separation of the
actual
waste,
separation.
does that happen at the building, or that happens in Wareham?
No, the actual separation is done in my building.
In your building?
Yes.
Okay.
We separate the waste, every waste, the water, and the fry, the buns, everything, it go to Wareham.
Okay, and how is that done, the actual separation? What's involved with that?
We have like a shaker. We process. What we do is really simple. The truck come in the afternoon. It connects to another hose. From there, we transfer the product to a 2,500 container. And from that one, a electric pump is transferred to a screen, like a shaker. And there, that screen will separate the water go to a tank, the solid go to another. Friday morning, then we take both and we bring it to Wareham.
Okay.
Every Friday.
In the trucks how is the oil picked up at the restaurants and then brought to your facility?
We have 2,000 tank, a professional tank. We deliver professional container to our 600 plus customer, and there, the truck go, they take the oil, bring it to our location.
Okay.
The tank, the container that we bring to those locations are professional. Also, the truck that we use are trucks that are used for that purpose.
Okay. And then as far as deliveries go to your customers, how is that accomplished?
The containers?
Yeah, how do you deliver the recycled oil to customers?
The Peterson is the one that they complete the whole process. We just do the separation. This something really simple. The first process, and then they come into our location. They get the oil, and they complete the whole process over there. And they are the one that deliver the final oil to houses.
Okay.
Yeah, Peterson Oil is out of Worcester. They have the blue trucks. They'll bring transports in twice a week. They hold up to 10,000 gallons. They take the processed oil that they have done, and they have a biofuel plant in New Hampshire. So they take the raw product and bring it to New Hampshire and process to make biofuel, which is then put into fuel oil, diesel fuel, so on and so forth. So they're basically taking this oil that it started out to be, regular vegetable oil, that's put in the fryers at the restaurants. And when the restaurants change their oil, it goes into containers that they bring to the restaurants to store the oil. His trucks have vacuum hoses that go in and vacuum the waste out of the restaurants, bring it back, bring it into their facility, and process it through a series of tanks and so on to get to a point where it's clean enough to go to the recycler, which is basically a process to make biofuel that's reused.
Okay. And then if you could, I understand you're the fire safety engineer that's been
Correct.
retained by the petitioner.
Yes.
If you could just give us your background real quick and just an overview of the fire safety involved in this project.
I've been a fire protection engineer since the 80s. I've been around for a while. I've been working in the petroleum industry since the early 90s, building petroleum facilities. Here in Leominster, I built Fraticelli Oil, Leominster Ice and Oil, built Peterson's Oil. I built a lot of oil facilities that process and take in and take out oil. So I'm familiar with the construction and design. We design them and build them. On the fire side, I've been doing fire protection since the 80s also, designing sprinkler systems, special hazard systems, foam systems that are installed at commercial buildings, residential buildings, marine terminals, so on and so forth. So I've been doing this for a long time. Their building that they're in now, I was hired to evaluate the current sprinkler system, and I went in there. The previous tenant in there had some process that had to be somewhat hazardous because it's a good-sized sprinkler system. And I evaluated it from the standpoint of the waste oil that was in there, and I also currently use polyethylene tanks. And when I did the analysis through the NFPA codes, it turned out the polyethylene tanks were more hazardous than the waste oil. So the system, the hydraulics are done in a system, and we had just to change the sprinkler heads to a bigger orifice head to protect the polyethylene tanks. not so much the waste oil. And part of his expansion to go to 48,000 gallons is to put in some steel tanks that eliminate the higher hazard of the polyethylene tanks. So it'll be actually a safer operation. Currently now, they've been processing, the fire department's been there, they've done everything they've been asked. The fire alarm system's been tested, sprinkler system's been tested. They've provided some containment for the process. So they can currently operate continually now at the 10,000 gallon level. But the statutes say if you go over 10,000, now you need a license to store on the property. And that's why we're here today, to ask for a license to store more than 10,000 gallons on that property of basically vegetable oil. And I included a data sheet, MSDS sheet with the package that shows the product. And you'll see the flash points like 540 degrees in relation to a fuel oil, which is 140 degrees. It talks about really no OSHA safety hazards on the data sheet. But it's not like gasoline, it's not like propane, or anything. It's basically a vegetable oil that won't auto-ignite unless you get it up to 600 degrees and put a match to it, which is not part of the process. So it's a very safe operation. It's really a non-hazardous from a fire protection standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go to the second member of Legal Affairs, Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr. Any questions?
Oops, thank you very much. So I think you were describing the traffic that goes into the facility weekly and that goes out of the facility weekly. And I think, I wrote down, I think twice a week, I guess Peterson Oil comes in to pick up
Processed.
the processed, right, the processed oil, and then they bring it to New Hampshire. So that's right now at your 10,000 gallon operation, right?
Yes.
So what do you estimate they'll be coming in and out of the facility when you go up to 48,000?
Basically, the 48,000 is not that that I will have. I wish I could have the oil, but it's not. Basically, is to be able to do a better process and make a little more money. That's the reality. It is the fact. My goal, which is something that I envision, is to be able, to, process next year. If I can process, solid, every 4 days, 10,000 gallons, it will be great. That's my ambition. It's not that every single week I have Peterson oil coming there. It's like every other week. But I perceive, I envision that maybe by next year I can have solid, Peterson oil coming twice. But one of the best things of this business is that, as soon as I have 10,000 gallons, boom, it's gone. So I don't need to accumulate 11,000, 12,000. I don't need it. I don't want it. I want the oil to go, and they are waiting for the oil to go. So I'm not going to accumulate the oil.
Basically, he's restricted by how much he can bring in. Right now, he's got 500 or 600 customers. Unless he gets 700 customers or 800 customers, it'll increase traffic one and a half times. But the idea of the better storage, and I broke it down in the narrative, only 34,000 is for the tanks. 9,000 was for the customer tanks that they bring out. Because when you have a license to store, you have to include everything. Trucks, tanks, customers' tanks. So the whole purpose of increasing is for better processing. And they have storage so that Peterson doesn't have to get there the day the tank's full. They can hold more product there and have it a better process of having more tanks to process the oil and more storage so they don't have to need to empty it right away. So it's a combination of hoping to grow, which may, instead of 2 trucks a week, 3 a week, coming to get them. But his daily trucks going out, he has 2 trucks, well, 3 trucks, and they go out each day, so that's the traffic. Maybe in the future he'll have 4 trucks. But it's not a big demand on that road in that area. And that has a lot of trucks going in and out of the pipe supply house and the other vehicles in there.
Right. But, one side of the street is industrial, and the other side of the street is residential. So we heard, at our last public hearing from a concerned person who lives across the street was concerned about the traffic. That's why I'm asking the question. I think, when you're increasing your capacity by 3.5 times.
No, it's because it's not like you have, it's not like, all the business that you have truck coming in and out all the time. It's not like that. The truck go out in the morning, it's gone the whole day. In the afternoon come, park over there, that's it. So you don't have like a lot of, traffic. It's 3 trucks right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. No, 3 trucks right now, but if you double or triple your capacity, could that be 6 trucks a day? I'm just trying to I'm trying to understand and ask the questions for the neighbors who I think have legitimate concerns about increased traffic and the impact that will have on their neighborhood. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, the capacity going from 10,000 to 34,000 in tank storage is not increasing traffic 3.5 times.
Yeah.
It's only being allowed so that Pete doesn't have to come every other day. He can come not at all one week, and next week and take a bigger load.
Exactly.
But it's not, it's not really increasing traffic that much.
It doesn't increase traffic.
The traffic increases based on its growth of business.
Sure.
Of how much he takes from other restaurants.
Right, and how many other distributors in addition to Peterson, also end up, becoming customers, and that's a good thing.
It's one or the other. There's only so much going out.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
What I was getting at is the increase in traffic, the truck traffic coming in, the truck traffic going out.
Being honest, I don't see an issue over there. It's just Peterson, my #1 customer, Peterson, the only one, my 3 truck. Even if I grow, let's say, I don't think I'm gonna be able to buy a truck in a year, maybe 2 years, let's say, another truck. But the nature of this business is not like you have a lot of truck coming in and out all the time. And, go in the morning, the afternoon, that's it.
I have a couple of other questions. So right now, you have 2 people in the building? Is that right? 2
Most of the
employees?
time, yeah.
Do you expect to add jobs? I mean, is your capacity increases?
Yes. Yes. Well, I had 2 people inside in the building, but I had drivers. I have secretary, and as I am growing, I am adding position. I start this by myself. Then it was 1 person. Now we have 8 people working. Next year I need to hire somebody that is going to go and get a customer, because I'm doing myself right now. I'm doing the job of 5 people. So as I grow, I need to start hiring more people. So with myself now I have 8 people working. Yeah, 20 people. Yeah.
So I think you.
Pick it up.
So I think you said that your operating hours are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Is that Monday through Friday, or is that 7 days?
No, it's Monday to Friday. Friday we finish at 12, noontime, We like to rest.
Okay. And you don't have any plans to expand the hours or the days that you're operating?
What we do is really simple. It's not needed. We don't need to.
You don't need it, okay.
I don't need it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I'll go to the 3rd member of Legal Affairs, Councilor David Cormier.
Yes, thank you very much. I have some questions for the fire chief. He submitted he did submit a letter here dated November 22nd, 2021.
Do you mind reading that into the record?
Sure.
Thank you.
So the subject line is DJV Oil, 645 Lancaster Street license application. The Leominster Fire Department recommends the City Council include that DVJ Oil, 645 Lancaster Street, hire an independent engineer for the storage, process, and environmental impact of their flammable liquids license application for 48,000 gallons of Class 3B liquid. DVJ Oil has applied, been permitted, and inspected for 9,999 gallons of a Class 3B liquid meeting the requirements of 527 CMR 1.0 O, Chapter 66. DVJ is a new business to Leominster, and we have no operational history to include. DVJ did hire a fire protection engineer and civil engineer for their permit process and current operational process. I believe a peer review by an independent engineer and the addition of the 3 following items would be appropriate for license approval. In addition to the engineered drawings, the engineers would submit a code review for the upgraded usage. The engineers could come up with a code-compliant checklist of items to be inspected by the fire department on an annual basis. The business owner, Mr. Elvis Valdez, has an OSHA-approved emergency plan in place with employees properly trained at the appropriate level. Fire Chief Robert Sidlow, Leominster Fire Department. So I guess, Chief, I would just like to ask, I know you're involved with, other chiefs across the Commonwealth, and, I'm just wondering, how many things like this are there in the state, and what kind of knowledge you might have about it, and why you're asking for a review.
Okay.
What are your concerns?
So as far as knowledge across the street, I don't have that much knowledge. Elvis, his company came from Worcester, and we did contact the Worcester Fire Prevention Bureau and had numerous conversations about the company's work history and how they handled this process. And then Bob Seppi, the engineer, he's also the engineer that he's mentioned that we worked with Fraticelli
Right.
last year at this time with the propane storage. So where Fraticelli was propane and we asked for an independent engineer, it was basically to oversee a peer engineer to make sure that the city's best interests were being looked out for. It's a little above our knowledge as, firefighters. Some of the construction and the water flows and calculations, it's not something that we're that in-depth on or do a lot of. So I thought it appropriate was that we recommend to the council that a independent engineer be obtained. As far as Class 3B flammable liquid, it is vegetable oil. It's not so much of it starting on fire with a spark or anything like that during the process, which they don't use flame during the process. It's as if we had a fire that was impinging on the containers, or if there was a spill and there was a fire on the ground, something that we would have to use foam to extinguish, and then we'd have to contain the spill. Another part of my concern is that the building is up level a little, and the grade goes towards the residential, and then there's a brook in the back and some watershed. So a engineer for the fire protection side and an engineer for the civil side on the containment berms and the type of concrete they're using in the berms and everything, again, would be a little above my level of knowledge. That's why the recommendation.
Okay. I mean, obviously I'm not an expert in this subject matter, but it sounds like more of a, not saying that it couldn't combust, under certain circumstances, but it sounds like more of a potential environmental problem if there's a leak rather than, a fire hazard. I'm sure it increases during the, onloading and offloading process and, things like that. So those, and I understand that
I do agree with that statement. I have as much concern to the environmental impact as I do as the fire hazard. There's a possibility of either one. Again, it's very hard to get it to burn, but once it does burn, then it could burn for hours.
Right. I just have a question too for the health inspector. It sounds like the product that's extracted from the oil, some of it might be sitting around there for 5 days. So with this type of a license, what kind of storage, I don't know how they store it in the meantime, but what kind of storage would you recommend, until it gets carted off to, the stuff that's taken out on a Monday and a Tuesday and a Wednesday, it's sitting around till Friday. What kind of storage would you recommend so that we don't have a potential problem with, rodents and, any other stuff that might, create a problem? Does it cause it to start being unsanitary over there?
So, yeah, Counselor, with the amount of liquid that's going to be there, the first things that popped into my mind are going to be, is there going to be a rodent control issue? Is there going to be an odor issue? And what I would be looking for is, if the product's being moved quickly, obviously there probably wouldn't be, but you could get rancid oil from a restaurant, and it gets hot in the summer, and there could potentially be odors with that much volume. I don't know. I've never worked with a facility like this, so it's fairly new to me as well. I think it would be helpful if we have an odor control plan in place, and we make sure that we've got the proper berming for any environmental impacts that could occur. You do have Fallbrook across the street, as the chief said. And every restaurant we have in the city does have to have a rodent control plan. And this is essentially taking food just like a restaurant does, of course, inedible at that point. I think it would be very helpful to have a rodent control plan in place for this type of facility.
Okay. All right.
Counselor, can I just?
Yeah.
The engineer here at Box Equity Regional, we worked on a number of projects, and when Elvis first moved in, we worked with them to, keep them up and running and get them permitted and all that, and Mr. Seppi, everything that we asked for, he was very good to work with, so, as far as his working with this company so far, it's been good on the permitting process.
I mean, I can say as a ward counselor, I have not heard of any complaints other than the gentleman that spoke and said he had a little oil in his yard, at the last meeting and stuff like that. But, there's certainly some concerns. And I understand the fact that, the chances of there being 48,000 gallons of this product on that property, at any given moment are not very likely. I'm sure it's going to be trucked out long before that much builds up, but, nevertheless, it is before us now, and, I have an obligation to make sure that things are kosher. I mean, there are people that live across the street, and I understand that you're industrial, so these types of things happen in industrial areas, but, there are people that call the, place across the street is their home. That's their, where they want to go and enjoy themselves after a hard day's work. So, I just, I'm good for now with questions.
Can I comment on?
Sure, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Seppi.
Part of the requirements from the EPA is to have a SPCC plan, spill prevention controls and countermeasure plan, which they are working on. That's hoped to mitigate any potential spills from going anywhere. And part of that's already been in process. There is berms at their exterior doors to keep any spills from inside going outside the building. They have a process when the trucks come in. The gentleman across the street complained about the noise of one of the pumps. That was a one-time thing, and that was in front of the building. Those trucks are now brought around the back side of the building, the side of the building, and they're using electric pumps. That was an air-operated pump before.
Okay.
So they're trying to mitigate the noise issue that was there before. They also have these snakes, they call them. They're a berm that they put around where the hoses run, so any drips or anything from the hoses would be contained by these berms. They also have spill kits there in case they have a spill, they can clean it up really quickly. So a lot of the pollution issues have already been addressed and are in process today. And when they have more storage, the requirements are to have enough containment to hold a spill from the largest tank, which has already been calculated on the plan that, I think you guys, you people have a copy of the part of this plan that was sent around electronically, which is part of the SPCC plan. And I do the calculations on here for containment that's required by the EPA regulations. So a lot of the environmental issues have already been addressed or in process. And these will be revised as the process gets revised.
Okay. Let me just, before I go to other counselors, Mr. Stevens, you had submitted an email to us November 10th, 2021, with some questions that you had. I'm just going to read those into the record. This was addressed to the city clerk. My concerns/questions with this facility are these in no particular order. Is there primary and secondary containment for fuel? How will waste products be disposed of? Will there be an odor with production? If so, how is it mitigated? Is there noise associated with the conversion of oil to biofuel? Is there an environmental impact with additional trucks in this neighborhood? Is there any threat to groundwater or natural resources at this location? Cooking oil could attract rodents. Will there be a pest management plan? And I don't know if you want to respond, Mr. Seppi, to those questions.
Could I have a copy of them so I can look at them?
Sure.
Thank you. So I don't miss any.
No problem.
All the tanks, basically a tank is the primary containment. The secondary containment, I explained, be berms around the exterior doors so they can't get out of the building. That's your secondary containment. The waste products go to the Wareham Water Pollution Control Facility. They take in, sanitary waste, other types of waste. So his waste, which is basically water that's in the oil and the food products that are solids, all get taken to this waste facility every, as he said, Friday. So they're kept in tanks, and come Friday, takes them out of the storage tanks, puts them in his truck, and brings them to a waste processing facility. So they're not just sitting open and, around. They're all contained, and they're recycled at this other facility.
If I could I just ask a question? For every 10,000 gallons of oil that you process, how much of this stuff actually comes out of it that is waste that needs to be taken to Wareham? Like, I mean, is it like, how many pounds? How many?
Usually it's like, let's say 12, 13%, it might be.
Do they give you a waste slip when you come in? They give you how many pounds you brought in?
No, it's by gallon.
By gallon. How many gallons did you
It's,
bring?
every week we bring the, about, 1,400 gallons.
1,400 gallons of waste to Wareham?
1,500, something like that. It can go, 200, 100 less, but it's about.
And where do you store that now? Where do you store, do you have a?
We have container for that. Something that I want to mention also is the hygiene. My facility has been open, and some of you have been in my facility, so it's keep clean, all the time. We drop, let's say, somehow, not much. We vacuum, we clean, we map. So the place is kept really, really clean, and at the same time, we do a special cleaning every 2 weeks. We clean every time. We drop something, we clean it, we map, because we don't want, by the way, I am a mental health professional. I work with the community. That's what I do. And, I keep this place as a house. So, and some of you has been there, so you've seen that my place is really, really, really clean. And every 3 weeks, we do a special cleaning over there, special cleaning.
One of the other questions is noise associated with the conversion of oil to biofuel. There's no processing there of biofuel. It's just basically processing the waste oil, and it's brought to a bio facility. As far as the odor, I was there this summer doing the fire protection evaluation. I really didn't smell anything, but maybe I'm immune to it. But I really don't think it puts out any odor. If you walk by the building, you're not going to smell anything.
We've been there for almost a year already.
I don't know if the chief's been there, if he smelled anything. Yeah.
I haven't been there, fire prevention.
Yeah, so I don't think there's an odor issue, but again, could be because I'm used to smelling that stuff, but environmental impact, again, we already talked about, there's only a few trucks in and out each day, and a couple of trucks to unload the finished product. Threat to groundwater, natural resources, again, the containment, the whole, everything in the building should help mitigate that. As far as rodents, I haven't seen any there when I've been there. I'm sure they can have some kind of pest management plan put together to satisfy the health department as a condition of the approval.
Okay.
Same with, you can put a condition for us to find a third-party engineer for the chief to approve. Give him a couple choices so he can approve the third-party engineer he's looking for. Contingency that he has his SPCC plan in place as he modifies the process. I've been working with him now for this year, and everything he's asked to be done has been done. So I don't think you're going to have a problem getting things completed as needed to make this a safe process.
What type of independent engineer would we be looking for?
Fire protection, maybe civil engineer, someone at an LSP type, environmental type engineer maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I've written SPC plans. I don't do that many nowadays. I still review them. I could be the engineer for that, but I'm the engineer on the design and building of the facility and the fire protection. So maybe another fire protection engineer could review what I did already, or a general engineer, similar to like we hired when I was with Federcelli to do our third party.
Right, right.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
Is that
not
something,
simple, but-
Chief, that you'd be comfortable with?
Yeah, that way that they would represent the city, just
Right.
to preview their calculations and.
Right.
One recommendation that I would like to make is, they've mentioned that they're gonna go to steel tanks. That could be a condition of the permit, of the license also, that with the license, everything would be in steel tanks, which you're headed down that route anyway. With the poly, you have the ability of an industrial accident where forklift functions it or something.
Yeah. And then, okay, let me open it up to other counselors. Counselor Brady, and then we'll go to Counselor Angelini.
I just want to state I did do a site visit, and what we're talking about here is used vegetable oil. It's not jet fuel, okay? He has the, I think he's gone above and beyond what a small business person should be required to get up and going. We should be encouraging small businesses in this town. Obviously, we're going to defer to the chief and the health department, give them whatever they want, but seeing their operation, guys, it's used cooking oil, it's separated, they've answered every question, jumped through every hoop. As long as the fire chief and the health department are good with it, I don't see why we would be delaying this.
Okay. Thank you, Counselor Brady. Counselor Angelini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Seppi, just to clarify, I'm a bit confused. You said that they're putting together an emergency spill response plan?
It's called a SPCC, Spill
Right.
Prevention, Control, and Countermeasures.
Right, but under the EPA stormwater regulations, federal stormwater regulations for industrial site, you have to have an emergency response plan in place. So I'm just asking, like, do you guys have one now for the facility you're operating?
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's what I thought, yeah. I mean,
Yes. Oh, yeah.
that's why I was confused. He said that you were working on one, and I'm thinking, well, what are they doing while they're operating?
No, I might have missed, but it's going to be updated as they go.
Yeah.
Working on it, meaning it has to be revised as they change the tank's footage and containment area. It's an ongoing, open process. It's a living document. You don't do it once and put it on the shelf.
Okay. That's really all I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other counselors have any? Counselor Bedanza.
My concern really is more about the fact that, unfortunately, as a result of the accident of history. We have a residential zone immediately across the street, and an industrial zone across the street, which always doesn't work well, but in older communities like us, that happens a lot. If this was in the middle of an industrial park, my concerns would be next to none. But that's not the case. So we did have an abutter show up who complained about noise. If we grant this permit, you are subject to all of the laws of the city as well as the Commonwealth as a general blanket condition of the permit, which involves our noise regulations. But I'm just curious, would you be amenable to conditioning this permit to hours of operation?
I am the kind of person that buy to the rule and the regulation. So I follow the rule and I will follow the rule. So that won't be any issue for me.
Well, my question is, though, would you be, noise regulations are very difficult to enforce. The state guidelines say that you can raise at the property line, which is not very far away from your building, the ambient noise level of that area by 10 decibels.
Yeah.
Which at certain times when you're offloading those trucks might be difficult. And that's, I've been involved in those cases, not just as a city councilor, but as an attorney as well. They're difficult to enforce. So my question, during the day, 6 o'clock in the evening even, not so much of a problem. But if we start to get into the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, that's become a problem. Are you amenable? Are you willing to condition the hours of operation under this permit?
100%. And, I think since the last time that we came here, we made some adjustment. It was one time, I think we went from, let's say, 1 to 9 in regard to noise. If there is any complaint, I visit myself, some of my neighbors. I gave my personal number, and I asked them, to give me a call and, let me know if they have any concern at all. Again, I am a person that works with the community in different areas, and I will always work with the community. I don't need to come to a hearing. They call me, I fix whatever I have to fix.
That's admirable, and I appreciate, I'm sure many of us do, that you did that. What would you suggest for hours of operation in terms of, I'm talking about the trucks loading and offloading?
6 to 8.
6
to 8, normally be 6, but I think 8 is in that case the truck gets stuck in traffic or something like that.
Yeah, you need a buffer, I understand that. So you're saying 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
8 p.m.
Okay, it's good to know.
But even with that, with adjustment, going to the back, I don't think the noise is going to be an issue. So to be honest, I don't worry about the noise.
Okay.
Just because I know my capacity, the capacity of my team, I know what we can do, and I like to get better every time. So I think it's something fixable.
Okay.
Because what I'm hearing, because he picks up at restaurants and things, that truck might must have to be on the road. They might have to come get the truck and drive out of early in that, right? To avoid lunchtime crushes and all that. I'm just trying to protect.
Yes.
But what you're talking about is for hours of pump out. He can still access his vehicles and leave the driveway earlier than that?
The loading and offloading.
At 6 a.m. there is no loading over there. We don't unload. We don't do any work. You just pick up the vehicle, go, and then come. Inside the place, we start working after 8 a.m. So you are welcome to come to.
So yeah, my question was about loading and offloading trucks. That's all. Not about accessing the truck or what happens inside the building.
Any other counselors? Counselor Ardinger?
Yes, please. The chief mentioned as a condition of granting this to have you switch over to the metal tanks, the steel tanks. What was your plan for doing that? How long was that you going to take to do that?
Well, it comes down to being able to purchase tanks.
Yeah.
And then once you have them, we've got to put a design together, show where the tanks will be located, how they can be piped. It could be, once we have a license, we can start that process. I know he's got a couple tanks stored elsewhere, waiting to go in there. I would say 6 months probably, time frame to get it all put together.
So in order to meet that condition before we granted the license, it would require you to wait like 6 months before you could do this.
Well, we could start the design process and have the engineer reviewing the design of the new facility layout. All right? Nothing happens quick. You can't even get materials and pumps and stuff right away, and nothing's on the shelf anymore. So it could be, the design itself could take a month, just to put on paper. And then it would have to go out for independent review. That could take another month. The construction part of it, 3 to 6 months. So we could be next year this time at the point where he wants to be.
Address the chief. Would you be satisfied if they gave you a plan and let that?
Excuse me, point of order.
The license, instead of actually having the tanks in?
Excuse me, point of order, Chairman.
Yes.
Can this be discussed at all? We're talking about storage, right?
I
Now
think
we're
it
talking
can.
about new requirements.
I think it can be. I think it's valid for discussion, yes. Go ahead.
It was brought up by the chief, but I just, I applaud you for bringing new businesses, small businesses into town, and to have you have to sit here for 6 months waiting for the tanks to be installed. I just feel it'd be onerous, and I would, I wanted to confer to.
So my understanding, talking with Mr. Seppi, is if they get the license, the new tanks are gonna be steel anyway. So just making it a requirement that they're steel, that way, once he gets the license, then it doesn't get changed to plastic. If, because when you license the property, not
The process.
not this process or this individual. So I'm just trying to protect the city of, they get the license and then someone comes in and wants to buy them out. If we don't put it as a condition of the license, then that person is not bound to Ellis's
But we wouldn't be holding up the license.
But from my understanding is, we wouldn't hold it up because what they want to do is build, put in metal tanks.
I want to clarify one thing on the metal tanks. The tanks they bring out to the customer, they come both in steel and polyethylene. So the tanks that'll go out to the customer's restaurant may be plastic. And those will be stored there, but not with product in it. But they will have some plastic tanks there, but they're not the process tanks.
Right, okay.
So it would be the process and storage tanks in the facility itself, not the portable tanks.
Right.
Yeah,
I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Any other counselors? Counselor Zephyr?
Yep, thank you very much. This is for Mr. Seppi. I guess in July, you were doing some work for the city in terms of assessing the sprinkler system in the building, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, because in a letter to Lieutenant Campagna, you raised some issues about existing conditions at that time, which was in July.
Yes, they were
right?
all taken care of.
They were all taken care of? Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to
Yeah,
know.
I sent them a bill.
Well, okay. I just wanted to make sure because there were eight specific things that you raised that said once those were taken care of, you'd be fine to operate.
Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other counselors? Okay, I'm required to go to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address the council either in favor of or against this petition? Second time? Oh.
Steve Lane, I just want to
Just,
say,
if you could just come up to the microphone, please.
sorry.
That's all right. If you could just identify yourself and your address, please.
Steve Lane, 644 Lancaster Street. I just want to say all my questions and concerns were brought up here tonight, so I'm good, and I appreciate Ms. Ziffer, your comments that were made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the audience who wishes to address the council either in favor of or against this petition? Third and final time, does any member of the audience wish to address the council either in favor of or against this petition? Seeing none, last call for councilors. Any questions? All right, if I could just do some quick subcommittee work. Sure. I personally like the business. I think it's unique and pretty cool, you know, to be honest with you. I'd be in favor of granting the permit on the following conditions. The hours of operation be 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Just make sure that's specifically for offloading and onloading trucks, right?
Okay, for offloading and onloading trucks. Number 2, that there be an odor control plan in place that satisfies the health director of the city of Leominster. Number 3, that there be a rodent control plan in place that satisfies the health director of the city of Leominster. That the SPC, number 4, the SPCC plan also be in place. And just on a side note, I understand some of these things are going to overlap with the SPCC plan. Number 5, that the applicant retain an independent engineer approved by the fire chief to handle the fire protection and any spillage issues that may come up. And also that the number, which one am I on, 6?
6.
6.
You just did 6.
I just did 6?
Yep.
No, that was fine.
That was 5, yeah, I'm on 6.
Odor control, hours of operation, steel tanks?
No, I didn't get to steel
That's
tanks
what-
yet.
that's what-
So, number 6, that the applicant's engineer and the peer review engineer submit a code review for the upgraded usage. Number 7, that the applicant's engineer and the peer review engineer install a code-compliant checklist of items to be inspected by the fire department on an annual basis. And that, number 8, the applicant have an OSHA-approved emergency plan in place with employees properly trained at the appropriate level. As far as the steel tanks go, I think that's going to fall, I'd like to leave that to the control of the health director and the fire chief rather than put something in place that maybe they can't comply with. I'll tell you this, we have 4 gas furnaces at my office building, and 2 of them need parts, and they're on back order for 15 months. So I can't even imagine, you know, things that can come up. So I think I'd rather, I'll certainly listen to what you guys have to say, but I'd rather leave that, you know, to the fire chief and the health director. Councilor Zephyr, any comments on that?
I don't know how we would leave that to the health director and fire chief. I mean, if we don't specify it or make it a condition of the permit, I mean, how can you require that after the fact?
I can't require
Right.
it through the permitting process.
Okay.
That was just an added, but I think, Mr. Seppi, you have 2 tanks that you're bringing in, correct?
Right.
That are all this-
Okay.
Are there any only
Yeah.
tanks that you would use for maybe the waste or something, or pretty much in the process? Or-
That I might use?
Yeah,
I would need it.
you would not. So, all steel-
You mean a plastic tank?
Yeah, plastic tanks are like the waste scraps and stuff. Or steel tanks? Okay.
Steel tank, okay,
Yes.
yeah.
So I think we could go with, in the process of the oil could be in steel tanks.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It's not required, I was just trying to, because of it's a mixed residential.
You're being cautious, yeah.
Throw that
I
extra
understand.
in there for you, but,
Like you said, if you transfer, if the bills were sold, you'd have some assurances. I think
Yeah.
that's the point.
And Councilor Kwame, I imagine your feelings by the vigorous shaking of your head are similar?
Yeah, I want steel tanks.
Okay, so.
I want it to be a condition. And I have one one issue with the 6 a.m. I think it's too early. I want 7 a.m.
Okay. So why don't we say that the applicant will, I'm looking for some wordsmithing on the steel tanks.
What kind of a time frame do Mr. Seppi is reasonable to convert to the steel tanks?
I would say a year time. I know some tanks I've looked into buying are almost a year out. Not the ones he has, but other, like the propane tank Mr. Ferricelli has. Right now, the buying the propane tank for one supplier, 12 months. So these tanks that he's probably going to have could be 16 to 18 weeks to get them, once they're ordered. And we don't like to order them until we get approval of the drawings and
Right.
design by the town.
Right.
So-
You know, I have a thought on that too, and I understand, that there's issues with equipment right now. I mean, we just, we're trying to buy generators. We're talking about a year for our 210 Lancaster Street. If you can't get these right away, maybe we can give a 1 year time to swap over, as long as they can show proof to the fire chief that they've purchased the tanks. I mean, I understand we have no control over when they come in, but as long as we have that it's a condition that that's what it's going to be, and they can continually or any time show proof that they've purchased them, they're on back order, we're waiting for them. There's good faith that that's what it's going to be.
So why don't we say we'll have I believe it's the 9th, number 9? Number 9 would be steel tanks to be implemented in the business within 12 months of the date the permit is issued. Okay? Councilor Cormier, you had an addition, you wanted it to be 7 a.m.
Yeah, I'd like 7 a.m. I think 6 a.m. is too early. I think our noise ordinance specifies 7 a.m. for, to start making noise.
It does.
So,
That's
7
the
a.m. is good?
process. That's the process we're talking about, not him to come in, grab his truck and drive out.
correct.
Right.
The
Offloading and
the
onloading.
actual process of the business, not, I mean, driving a truck in and off the property, I mean, I think you could do that 24 hours a day. I mean, but it's the actual working process doesn't start till 7 a.m.
All right, 7 a.m. is acceptable?
It's more than what we need.
Okay, so we'll amend the first condition to 7 a.m.
Okay.
Chief, anything you want to add? Thank you very much for coming down. Appreciate it,
I
as
want
always.
to, I think the applicant should just know that I think the boilerplate on these permits says the license is granted upon the condition that the licensed activity will comply with all applicable laws, codes, rules, and regulations, including but not limited to Mass General Laws, Chapter 148 in the Massachusetts Fire Code 527 CMR .1.0. Okay, just to let you know.
Don't break the law.
That's just boilerplate. All right.
Mr. Stevens, anything else?
No.
No, you're good? Okay.
good?
We eat a lot of french fries in this area.
Yeah. All right, everybody on legal affairs, good?
I'm good. I just want to say thank you very much, for your time and answering the questions.
Thank you so much.
It's been a long day.
I'm good, and I just want to say thank you as well. When I first heard about this, it's a pretty interesting business, and I like the idea of it. That we put something that has no value to most people, to good use. So, just best of luck going forward.
All right, so we'll take this up for a vote later in the evening, and at this point, I'll declare the public hearing closed.
Thank you very much, Counselor.
Thank you for your investment in Leominster. Thank you. And welcome.
Okay, I'm going to conduct the public forum now. The public forum is an opportunity for any member of the audience to speak on a matter specifically listed on the council agenda. Speakers will be asked to come to the microphone and state their formal name and address, along with identifying the specific item or items they wish to address. Each speaker is respectfully asked to keep their comments within a 2-minute time frame. The council will not be responding or answering any questions. However, at the discretion of the council president, clarification may be given. We have no one signed up, but do we have any member of the audience that wishes to speak to the council on an agenda item this evening? And a second time, is there any member of the public that wishes to address the council on an agenda item this evening? And a third and final time, is there any member of the public that wishes to address the city council on an agenda item this evening? Seeing none, I will declare the public forum closed. We are back in session, starting with communications from the mayor and C40.
C40, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests an appropriation of $14,000 to be transferred from the Recreation Capital account to the Skate Park Capital Project Fund regarding funding the skate park project.
C40 is referred to the chairman of finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. First time on the calendar, regular course.
C40 has been given regular course. Moving on to C41.
Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests an appropriation of $126,405 be made to the Purchasing Contracted Services line, the same to be transferred from the Stabilization Fund, regarding to demolish 2 structures that are unsafe located on Birch Street and Lincoln Terrace.
C41 is referred to the chairman of finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. First time on the calendar, regular course.
C41 has been given regular course. Moving on to petitions, first time on the agenda, starting with 18-22.
Keolis Commuter Services LLC, on behalf of the MBTA, requests a flammable liquids license for 4 standard certified double-wall steel 1,000-gallon volume propane tanks at 163 Pioneer Drive.
18-22 is referred to the chairman of legal affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regular course with a referral to the Leominster Health Director and the Fire Chief.
And do we need to establish a...
We also need to establish a public hearing. The suggestion is January 10th, 2022 at 6:40 p.m.
Okay, you heard the suggestion that we establish a public hearing on 18-22 for January 10th at 6:40 p.m., as long with giving it regular course with referrals to the health director and the fire chief. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of that public hearing date and time, please recognize in the usual manner. 18-22 has been given regular course with a public hearing on January 10th at 6:40. Moving on to 20-22.
Elizabeth Wood, on behalf of the Planning Board, requests to amend the zoning ordinance pertaining to the parking of unregistered vehicles regarding overflow lots.
20-22 is referred to the chairman of legal affairs.
Yes, regular course with a referral from the planning board director, the building inspector, and the zoning board of appeals. And we need to establish a hearing, the suggested date, January 10th, 2022 at 6:50 p.m.
You've heard the request to give 20-22 regular course with referrals to the planning director, building inspector, zoning board of appeals, and establish a public hearing on January 10th at 6:50 p.m. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of that hearing date and time, please recognize the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a unanimous vote of 8-0, the public hearing has been established for January 10th, 2022 at 6:50 p.m. Moving on to 21-22.
Julio Ramos, Traffic Officer, Leominster Police Department, requests to amend Chapter 13, Section 13-24 of the revised ordinance entitled No Parking on Certain Streets, to be amended by inserting the following text: Mount Pleasant Ave, easterly side from a point beginning at 20 feet from the intersection with Mechanic Street to a point of 760 feet from the intersection with Pine Street, regarding firefighting vehicles' inability to maneuver with parking on both sides.
21-22 is referred to the chairman of legal affairs.
Regular course with a referral from the traffic agent for the Leominster Police Department and the fire chief. And we need to establish a public hearing. The suggested date, January 10, 2022 at 6:45 p.m.
You've heard the request to give 21-22 regular course with referrals to the traffic agent and the fire department, and establish a public hearing on January 10th, 2022 at 6:45 p.m. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of establishing that hearing date and time, please recognize the usual manner. Anyone opposed, by a vote of 8-0, the public hearing for 21-22 is established for January 10th, 2022 at 6:45 PM. Moving on to 22-22.
Greg C. Chapdelaine, purchasing agent, requests to enter a 5-year contract for police public safety equipment.
22-22 is referred to the Chairman of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. First time on the calendar, regular course.
22-22 has been given regular course. Moving on to 23-22.
Greg C. Chapdelaine, purchasing agent, requests to enter a 5-year contract for police public safety software.
23-22 is also referred to the Chairman of Finance.
First time on the calendar, regular course.
23-22 has been given regular course. Moving on to matters before the City Council, starting
Mr.
with the
President?
financial report.
Could we bring the Brockelman appointments and the
Sure.
17-22?
Yes, that may be done.
Fairly late
So
night.
let's go with the Brockman appointments first. Does the chairman have a report? And
Yes.
we can't do them in block, but you can read them in block, I guess.
Yeah, let me just find them. Okay. Dean J. Mazzarella requests the appointment of David Brockelman of 693 Brockelman Road, Lancaster, to the Office of Emergency Management. I'll read them together and we can take the vote in block. Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the appointment of Cynthia Brockelman of 693 Brockelman Road, Lancaster, to the Office of Emergency Management. The Brockelmans appeared before us tonight. They're, volunteering for all the right reasons. So my recommendation would be to approve the appointment. I'd ask you to poll my committee.
Very well, Councilor Shalfo Zephyr, and this is for both.
Actually, I think it's...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's just Councilor Cormier.
Councilor Cormier, that's right.
I agree to confirm.
Okay, so we're going to take David Brockelman first. The unanimous recommendation. Is there any further discussion? Okay, starting with Councilor Dombrowski.
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Yay.
Councilor Brady.
Yay.
Councilor Angelini.
Yay.
Councilor Arndinger.
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Yay.
Councilor David Cormier.
Yay.
I shall be recorded as yay. The appointment of David Brockelman to the Office of Emergency Management is confirmed by a vote of 8-0. Moving on to the appointment of Cynthia Brockelman to the Office of Emergency Management. We have a unanimous recommendation from the Ways and Means Committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, this will be by roll call, starting with Councilor Dombrowski.
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Yay.
Councilor Brady.
Yay.
Councilor Angelini.
Yay.
Councilor Arndinger.
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Yay.
Councilor David Cormier.
Yay.
I shall be recorded as yay. The appointment of Cynthia Brockelman to the Office of Emergency Management is confirmed by a vote of 8-0. We'll make Councilor Angelini wait for a little while. You wanted to do Mr. Velez's petition, is that?
Yes, petition 17-22.
Very well. You may report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Petition 17-22, Elvis Velez of Viper Realty Corp. Request a flammable liquids license for 48,000 gallons of cooking oil, Class 3B at 645 Lancaster Street. My recommendation, Mr. President, is to grant petition 17-22, subject to the 8 conditions.
In the boilerplate.
I thought
In
there was
the-
9.
9, subject to the 9 conditions that we discussed during the public hearing, as well as the omnibus condition present in every permit we grant.
And the clerk's clear on those? Very
And
well.
I'd ask you to poll my committee.
Very well. And that is Councilor Shalfo Zephyr
I agree.
and Councilor Cormier.
I also agree.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Legal Affairs Committee to grant 17-22, subject to the 9 conditions and the boilerplate condition. Any further discussion? I'm going to do this by roll call. Councilor Dombrowski?
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr?
Yay.
Councilor Brady?
Yay.
Councilor Angelini?
Yay.
Councilor Arndinger?
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier?
Yay.
Councilor David Cormier?
Yay.
I'll be recorded as yay. The petition is granted by a vote of 8-0. Congratulations, Mr. Velez.
Good luck.
Good luck. All right, back to the financial report, and is the Chairman of Finance ready to give us that?
Yes, Mr. President, we began the fiscal year on July 1, 2021 with $19,904,602.80. We have added $18,677.10 worth of interest, giving us a balance of $19,923,279.90. Up through and including C-41, if approved, we will have spent $2,416,997.92, which will leave us with a balance of $17,506,281.91, and that is a financial report.
I got 98.
What did I say?
91.
Oh, 98, sorry.
That's okay. 7 cents is 7
off.
cents.
It is.
Any questions? Okay, very well. Moving on to finance, and C-31, is the chairman ready to report?
Yes, Mr. President, C-31, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that the annual tax classification public hearing be scheduled for December 13th, 2021. This is regarding, for the purpose of setting the annual factor used for fiscal year 2022. We did have a hearing this evening, and we went over all of the explanation for the tax classification. And it would be my recommendation that we grant C-31 with a factor of 1. And I'll ask that you check with members of my committee.
Very well. Councilor Pauline Cormier?
I agree.
Councilor Angelini?
I'm in agreement as well, Mr. President.
You heard the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-31 with a tax classification factor of 1. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this will be by roll call. Councilor Dombrowski?
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr?
Yay.
Councilor Brady?
Yay.
Councilor Angelini?
Yay.
Councilor Arndinger?
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier?
Yay.
Councilor David Cormier?
Yay.
I shall be recorded as yay. C-31 is granted by a vote of 8-0 with a factor of 1 tax classification. Moving on to C-32. Chairman ready to report.
Yes, Mr. President. C-32, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that the amount of $19,600 be transferred from the stabilization account to the library capital account. This is regarding funding necessary for library capital expenses. We did have a subcommittee meeting tonight, and we discussed all of these items on finance, and with the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee was to grant C-32.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-32, please recognize in the usual manner. Anyone opposed? C-32 is granted by a vote of 8-0. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, order that the sum of $19,600 to be transferred from the stabilization fund to the library capital account. This is regarding funding necessary for library capital expenses. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request for the adoption. Is any adoption of the order? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please say yay.
Yay.
Anyone opposed? The order is adopted by a vote of 8-0. Moving on to C-33. Is the chairman ready to report?
C-33, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that the amount of $50,000 be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account. This is regarding purchase of a generator for the DPW. This generator would be mobile and also provide backup electricity as needed to pump our pump stations. It was the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-33.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-33, please recognize the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, C-33 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, order that the sum of $50,000 to be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account. This is regarding the purchase of a generator for the DPW. This generator would be mobile and also provide backup electricity as needed to our pump stations. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request for the adoption of the order. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please say yay. Yay. Anyone opposed? The order is adopted by a vote of 8-0. Moving on to C-34.
C-34, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that the amount of $60,000 be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account. This is to fund the purchase of a new one-ton dump truck for the DPW. It was the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-34.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-34, please recognize in the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, C-34 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, order that the sum of $60,000 be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account to fund the purchase of a new one-ton dump truck. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request for the adoption of the order. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please say yea.
Yea.
The order has been adopted by a vote of 8-0. Moving on to C-35.
C-35, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that the amount of $67,500 be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account. This is to fund the purchase of a new one-ton dump truck for the DPW. It was a unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-35.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-35, please recognize in the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, C-35 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, order that the sum of $67,500 to be transferred from the stabilization account to the highway capital account to fund the purchase of a new one-ton dump truck for the DPW. Move for the adoption of the order.
We've heard the request to adopt the order. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please say yea.
Yea.
Anyone opposed? The order is adopted by a vote of 8-0. Moving on to page 6 and C-36.
C-36, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that the amount of $136,193.80 to be transferred from the stabilization account to the Fire Department Capital Project Fund. This is regarding funding Phase 1 of the 911 dispatch relocation request. It was a unanimous recommendation of the Finance Subcommittee to grant C-36.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-36, please recognize in the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, C-36 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, order that the sum of $136,193.80 to be transferred from the stabilization account to the Fire Department Capital Project Fund for funding Phase 1 of the 911 dispatch relocation request. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request for the adoption of the order. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please say yea. Yea. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, the order has been adopted. Moving on to C-37.
C-37, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests that the amount of $90,000 be transferred from the stabilization fund to the Fire Department capital account. This is to purchase a generator for the Leominster Fire Department headquarters at 210 Lancaster Street. It was a unanimous recommendation of the Finance Subcommittee to grant C-37.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-37, please recognize in the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, C-37 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, order that the sum of $90,000 to be transferred from the stabilization account to the Fire Department Capital Project Fund to purchase a generator for the Leominster Fire Department headquarters at 210 Lancaster Street. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request for the adoption of the order. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please say yea. Yea. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, the order has been adopted. Moving on to C-38.
C-38, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests a transfer of $3,049,949.20 in designated lost revenue from the...
What is it with 7 cents in you?
27.
What did I say?
You said 20 cents.
I
There's
did.
the 7 cents you're trying to take from me again.
I'm trying to jip everyone 7 cents. I'm sorry.
Keep an eye on this.
In designated lost revenue from the American Rescue Plan grant funds account to the general fund. This is regarding Phase 1 of lost revenue spending. It was a unanimous recommendation of the Finance Subcommittee to grant C-38.
You've heard the, is there any further discussion? All those in favor of granting C-38, please recognize the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, C-38 is granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President. Order that the sum of $3,049,949.27 in designated lost revenue from the American Rescue Plan grant funds account to the general fund. This is for Phase 1 of the lost revenue spending. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request for the adoption of the order. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please say yay.
Yay.
Anyone opposed? The order is adopted by a vote of 8-0. Moving on to C39.
C-39, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the amount of $30,000 be transferred from the stabilization fund to the emergency management expense account. This is regarding development of hazard mitigation plan. It was the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Subcommittee to grant C-39.
You've heard the recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C39. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C39, please recognize in the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 8-0, C39 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, order that the sum of $30,000 be transferred from the stabilization account to the emergency management expense account for development of a hazard mitigation plan. Move for the adoption of the order.
You've heard the request for the adoption of the order. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the order, please say yay. Yay. Anyone opposed? The order is adopted by a vote of 8-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, despite the fact that you were trying to get me for 7 cents on that. Good work. Moving on to legal affairs, and 15-22. Is the chairman ready to report?
I am, Mr. President. Petition 15-22, Julio Ramos, Traffic Officer, Leominster Police Department. Request to amend Chapter 13, Section 13-33 of the revised ordinance entitled Schedule of Parking Fines. The ray line under Group B, in parentheses, $25 fine. Please include the offense of obstructing bicycle lane. We had a public hearing earlier today. The majority of legal affairs voted to table 15-22. And there was a minority report to give it leave to withdraw without prejudice. So the recommendation of legal affairs is to table.
Table for study or?
Table for study.
Table for study. You've heard the recommendation of legal affairs to table for study 15-22. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of tabling 15-22 for study, please recognize in the usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 7-1, 15-22 has been tabled for study. Moving on to Ways and Means and the appointment of Peter Angelini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the appointment of Peter Angelini of 783 West Street to the Doyle Field Commission, term to expire April 15th, 2024. My recommendation is to gladly adopt the appointment. I'd ask you to pull the third member for me.
Councilor David Cormier.
I'm in agreement.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Ways and Means Committee to confirm the appointment of Peter Angelini to the Doyle Field Commission. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, this will be by roll call, starting with Councilor Dombrowski.
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Yay.
Councilor Brady.
Yay.
Councilor Angelini.
I'm recusing myself.
You're going to recuse yourself?
Thank you.
Councilor Arndinger.
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier.
Yay.
And Councilor David Cormier.
Yay.
And I shall be recorded as yay by a vote of 7-0. The appointment is confirmed. Moving on to
Excuse me, Mr.
public.
Chairman.
Yes.
Just a housekeeping note. On the city's website, you've been removed from the commission.
Oh, that's good.
Peter's been put on. We might want to look at it.
I'm not sure that's the official, but I appreciate the notice.
Kind of like the bike lane thing.
Moving on to public service, 19-20, must have been the 7 cents bill. Moving on to public service, 19-22, is the chairwoman ready to report?
Yes, 19-22, Massachusetts Electric Company doing business as National Grid and Verizon New England Incorporated request permission to locate poles, wires, fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across the following public way. Low Street, National Grid to install one JO pole on Low Street beginning at a point approximately 26 feet north of the center line of the intersection of Pleasant Street, installing new pole number 2-84 to support pole number 2 and remove the tree guide. Customer wants to remove tree. Wherefore, it prays that after due notice in the hearing as provided by law, it be granted a location for and permission to erect and maintain poles, wires, together with such sustaining and protecting fixtures as it may find necessary, said poles to be erected substantially in accordance with the plan filed herewith marked Low Street - Leominster - Massachusetts. Also for permission to lay and maintain underground laterals, cables, and wires in the above or intersecting public ways for the purpose of making connections with such poles and buildings as each of said petitioners may desire for distributing purposes. Your petitioner agrees to reserve space for one cross arm at a suitable point at each of said poles for the fire, police, telephone, telegraph, signal wires belonging to the municipality as used by it exclusively for municipal purposes. We had a public hearing this evening, a lengthy public hearing.
Sure did.
With Mr. Garcia from National Grid and Ms. Goslin, who was requested the pole, the guide be removed. I think after much discussion, Ms. Goslin's concerns were addressed, and we have assurances by National Grid that this will be resolved in the best interest of both the neighbors and National Grid and Verizon. It would be my recommendation that we grant this, and I would ask you to check with Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr.
Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr, your position on this?
I agree that we should
Okay.
support it.
So you've heard the unanimous recommendation of Public Service to grant 19-22. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Brady?
Just a quick one. I know we had the lengthy discussion and the petitioner and such. I don't know if I'm comfortable with Mass Electric, National Grid, saying they'll do what they say they do without having it in writing. Just based on previous experience with them for personal and business. I've been told 2 or 3 different things, not in this particular case, but
Okay.
just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm required to abstain because this piece of equipment is partially owned by my employer, so I will be
Very well.
abstaining.
Your abstention is noted. Any other discussion? Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
Just to address the Ward 1 councilor, I mean, we've had those concerns expressed in the past, and I think it was Councilor Frida who reminded a National Grid representative quite forcefully that, our leverage is they have to come to us all the time. So if they don't do what they say they do, we'll have lots more questions next time as well. So we have a little bit of leverage in that respect, so we expect that they'll do the job that they said that they would do.
Councilor Angelini?
May I remind everyone that it's on videotape, so the promises made should be promises kept. They're going to look pretty foolish. But I understand your sentiment.
I think my constituent is all over this, too, frankly. So I think the poll's going to go where it's staked, so. Anything else? Okay, all those in favor of granting 19-22, please recognize your usual manner. Anyone opposed? By a vote of 7-1, 19-22 has been granted. Moving, 6-1. I'm sorry, we have an abstention, that's right. 6-1 with 1 abstention. Thank you very much, Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr. Moving on to new business and the first reading of an ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Petition 16-22, Council Vice President David Cormier, request to amend Chapter 13, Division 2, Prohibited Parking, Section 13-34, entitled No Parking on Certain Streets, by deleting in its entirety Crescent Knoll North Side from Lancaster Street, a distance of 50 feet. My recommendation is to adopt the first reading of the ordinance. I'd ask you to poll my committee.
Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
I agree.
And Councilor Cormier.
I also agree.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of Legal Affairs to grant the first reading of 16-22. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, this will be by roll call. Councilor Dombrowski?
Yay.
Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
Yay.
Councilor Brady?
Yay.
Councilor Angelini?
Yay.
Councilor Arndinger?
Yay.
Councilor Pauline Cormier?
Yay.
Councilor David Cormier?
Yay.
That shall be recorded as yay. By a vote of 8-0, 16-22, the first reading is approved. Moving on to old business and the second reading of an ordinance, 75-21.
Thank you, Mr. President. Petition 75-21, Elizabeth Wood, on behalf of the Planning Board, request to amend the zoning ordinance pertaining to the regulation of dumpster location and screening. My recommendation is to adopt the second reading of the ordinance. I'd ask you to poll my committee.
Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
I agree.
Councilor David Cormier?
I also agree.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of Legal Affairs to adopt the second reading of 75-21. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this will be by roll call. Counselor Dombrowski?
Yay.
Counselor Shalfo Zephyr?
Yay.
Counselor Brady?
Yay.
Counselor Angelini?
Yay.
Counselor Arndinger?
Yay.
Counselor Pauline Cormier?
Yay.
Counselor David Cormier?
Yay.
I shall be recorded as yay by a vote of 8-0. The second reading of the ordinance is adopted. Moving on to 12-22.
Thank you, Mr. President. Petition 12-22, City Council President Bedanza and Vice President David Cormier. Request to revise Chapter 1, Section 1-11, entitled Wards and Precincts. The Rayline RE re-precincting updates to map ordinance revision to become effective January 1st, 2022. My recommendation is to adopt petition, the second reading of the ordinance. I'd ask you to poll my committee.
Very well. Counselor Shalfo Zephyr?
I agree.
And Counselor David Cormier.
I also agree.
You've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Legal Affairs Committee to adopt the second reading of 12-22. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this will be by roll call, starting with Counselor Dombrowski.
Yay.
Counselor Shalfo Zephyr?
Yay.
Counselor Brady?
Yay.
Counselor Angelini?
Yay.
Counselor Arndinger?
Yay.
Counselor Pauline Cormier?
Yay.
Counselor David Cormier?
Yay.
I shall be recorded as yay by a vote of 8-0. The second reading of 12-22 has been adopted. Do we have any matters in the community calendar? Counselor David Cormier.
Yeah, I think I'd be remiss, I'm going to use the words of former Councilor Bob Savatelli about living eulogies. Tonight is, it is hard to believe that the end of our terms is here, and most of us are starting a new term in January, but there's one friend of ours that has chosen not to, and I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with you, Councilor Dombrowski. You're, besides Councilor Frida, you're the only other person on this council that's been here the whole entire time that I have, and it's been a pleasure working alongside of you and learning from you, and I know you're not going too far, so you'll be around, we'll still see you, but I just wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you around.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other counselors want to send John off in the right way?
There's no need. There's no need.
We're going to miss your housekeeping over there. And you've truly been a wonderful legal affairs chair and very patient. One notable instance, you worked very diligently to get all sides to the table to get a permit issued. And I wish you continued success.
Thank you.
In your personal life and your professional life as well. And I'd love to buy you a beer sometime.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say that, John, I've worked with you for a long time, not just here, but, in our professional lives as well, and I've always found you to be a very reasonable, level-headed kind of guy, pragmatic, and with a great sense of humor. And the council will certainly miss you. You are definitely a source of reason and good sense here, and you'll be difficult to replace.
Thank you.
So, again, as Councilor Cormier said, I hope we'll be working together in the future. I'm sure we will on a professional level, and Godspeed.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right.
I get to speak. I have the pleasure of presenting Mark with his President's Plaque. On behalf of the City of Leominster, I'd like to thank you, Mark, for your 2 years of service as President of the City Council. Thanks for sharing your knowledge and dedication with the council, as well as with the residents of Leominster.
Well, thank you very much, Diane. It certainly went by pretty quick, and it certainly was an interesting ride, to say the least. I don't miss those phone meetings. I do like doing meetings in person, especially when they get a little later in the evening. And all of you have been great colleagues, well cooperative, and we got through some difficult times together, and we kept the machine moving along. And that's to the credit of everybody. And thank you for your support. It was really much appreciated.
I think you should open it so we can see it, make sure there's not a brick in there or something.
It could be a brick.
There could be, I might have replaced it.
14 cents.
And we need a picture with you because we didn't get to do this last year because we were on the phone.
Yeah, that's it, 2021.
Very nice. Got a few. There you go. Congratulations.
Thank you all. Anything further?
I think it's only a little at a time, yeah. a little
I'm
at a
going to
time.
use this club for the first time that Council Cormier doing it. We are adjourned.
The Leominster City Council meeting is funded in part by DeCarolis Insurance Agency at www.decarolisinsuranceagency.com.